Hey, howdy.
Good morning.
Hello. Good evening.
How was your guys' week? Did you guys do anything fun?
Oh,
Mitt not
I've had
here.
a I had a busy week. I've like blinked and we're here again. I don't even remember what we did. It was busy, 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 but I did have a win this morning. I put this t-shirt on. It's been hanging up in my wardrobe for 20 years, still with the tag on, and it's a size 1XL and it fits me this morning. But yeah, when I bought it 20 years ago, it was too tight. So I was so happy.
It's awesome, isn't it?
Now it's worth
Yeah.
it's a vintage, so now it's worth even more.
It's
I
vintage.
know.
Just with the price of inflation, that's like a four times four times more valuable
I
shirt.
know. They're 20 years old, but look, it's black as everything is in my wardrobe. I need to buy something colourful. But yeah, I was running out of things to wear. Everything's so big and baggy and loose, and I'm just getting a little bit over it. And I thought I'll give this a try. And I was absolutely shocked this morning. So yeah, good stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
That's way cool. Yeah, it's fun when you see stuff like that. It's like it's so funny. I still hate taking like updated pictures and stuff, progress pictures. But I just hate doing it. I hate the camera. I still hate the camera to this
Yeah,
day. I can't stand it, but I feel better every time I do it because I don't even see the progress
I,
until you do something like that. Do you put on an old shirt that feels like a tent now, or you put on an older shirt that you couldn't fit in at once and you fit in it, or you do the progress pictures and then you see the difference and it's like, oh, okay. I guess it's in your head, you're still, you still think you're a certain way.
it's
yeah,
imprinted in our brains. It's going to take a long time for it to get out of there.
Yeah, for
yeah.
sure.
And I've been putting things in my shopping cart. I never buy anything because I'm like, oh, why am I buying it? I have no idea. Like, I want to buy things for Texas, but I'm hoping to lose more weight by then. And so I put things in my cart and I'm going for double, triple XL, and then I take them out of the cart. So I never buy anything. Thank gosh I didn't buy anything because I would have wasted a ton of money.
For
Yep.
sure.
A lot of
So this
returns.
is
Yep.
a really good gauge. Yeah.
Yeah,
And even yesterday, we ordered a KetoCon or Hack Your Health t-shirt as part of my thing. It all comes with the package, apparently. And I told them to give me a 2XL, thinking hopefully I'll be able to fit into that. Or maybe that's going to be too big now.
Too big.
So, yeah.
for sure.
So if I look all baggy, don't worry.
Oh man. We should ask the audience too. Anybody new here? Anybody new here that's going to or maybe change their mind that's going to hack your health because that's coming up quick. We got to start thinking about.
uh,
Yeah, I know it's so weird. We got just almost just 2 months.
yeah, I think it's about 10 weeks, isn't it?
Yep, it
10
is.
weeks or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so
Oh,
crazy. I mean, I got to go get a updated ID, and I was sitting here to get the real ID to get on the plane. It takes 8 weeks to get here, and so I'm like, I have to do it like right now.
yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, so
Get on it.
yeah, Monday I'm going to start working on it because I was like, oh dang, you feel like you got all this time and you just don't.
Time goes by quick, man. Look, we're already coming up on the end of March.
I know it's like,
Yeah.
remember, this lion diet challenge I thought was going to be kind of tough and take so long. It's almost over. I only have 13 more days of it left. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That went by so quick. It's like I wasn't even on that challenge, to be honest with
Yeah.
you.
You're looking
Yeah.
forward to introducing other meats, or I know you're looking forward to the eggs.
Yeah, I don't think so actually. I missed none of the other meats. I really don't, and this is don't everybody don't get worried, but I don't need bacon anymore. I know that
Yeah.
that's the biggest scariest one, but I just feel so good on beef and tallow. I really just don't crave it. The only thing I'm missing is like you said, the eggs for the DHEA for the hormones, but
Yeah.
everything else, yeah, I don't miss it at all. It's just like, uh, you know, I don't know. It's just ribeye never tastes bad when I eat it. Tastes good every time.
I always felt like a bad carnivore because I'm not really into bacon either.
Right.
Everyone's like, "Eat your bacon, eat your," and I'm like, "I don't really like it."
I've only made it twice. I love bacon. I just think it's a pain to make. But I've only had
Yeah.
it twice in the past 8 months. So
Yeah, when you're eating so clean, it becomes down. It really just comes and when you're eating clean, you don't have cravings anymore, right? So you just have true hunger signals, and when you have true hunger signals, it just comes down to an equation, really, for me anymore, which is what makes me feel better. Like they both taste equally good. Like I like the taste of bacon. Bacon
oh,
tastes
I do
good, but
too. Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
yeah, but so
Mm.
does ribeye. Ribeye tastes good too. And so when it comes down to it, it's just like, look, I'm gonna make a mess and I'm gonna go to work and I gotta make something. What am I gonna get the most out of? And it's just not bacon. Bacon's, I got if you love bacon and you gotta have bacon and it keeps you carnivore, then absolutely eat all the bacon you want. You should definitely eat bacon before
Yeah.
you eat any of the other stuff. I'm definitely not saying that, but just for me, I was surprised because I was like, oh no, I'm gonna lose my carnivore card because I don't really care to eat bacon anymore. It's
Yeah,
kind of
the only
funny.
times I eat bacon is if we go out. Like if we go out with friends, we normally do a breakfast at a cafe and I'll have
Yeah.
poached eggs and bacon. And
Yeah.
that's my go-to. I enjoy it. And then I will have a coffee as well.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's my special treat. It's still carnivore, except for the coffee, but that's okay.
Right.
It's only once every blue moon. But yeah.
Yep.
And I enjoy the bacon then, as long as they give me the streaky parts. I don't really like just the plain one. I like the fatty bits of bacon. So
Absolutely.
yeah,
Nope. Nope, for sure. And yeah, I mean, I'm definitely like I'm not swearing myself off of it. I just noticed that it loses the race when I'm trying to pick out what I want to eat now. So yeah, I'm not
yeah,
I'm not too worried about adding the bacon back in, but I do want the eggs pretty bad. I definitely
yeah,
want to be trying that. So but yeah, it'll be interesting. But yeah, we're gonna have to start thinking about meetups and all sorts of stuff here pretty soon. It's gonna be crazy.
absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna have to start. I think we've got a thread somewhere. We'll have to do something so we
Yeah.
can communicate. Yeah, we'll have to think
Mix
about it.
Yeah, we do have to think about it, and hopefully I'll have some information about some fundraisers that we're trying to do this week here in the next week or two, and that might be a possibility for a meetup too. But let us know if you guys who's coming to Hack Your Health in Austin, if you guys are interested in doing a meetup or saying hi. That'd be way fun. Let us know that. Put that in the chat if you would.
I think Vandy's going to Austin.
That looks like a definite
Oh,
possibility.
hi.
I think we know who this
Sounds.
person is too.
Oh, Amy.
Amy. Hi, Amy.
Yay.
That's awesome.
It'd be
What's
cool.
Amy?
SBG.
Okay,
SVG.
I got you. But Amy K or Amy um with the type 1.
Amy.
No, no,
Our
that's
Amy.
AI
SBG
double.
Amy.
Yeah.
SBG Amy. Muscles.
Oh, okay. There we go. Muscles. There we go.
Uh-oh, you're in trouble now. You got a nickname.
Yeah, exactly. You do.
There's no
Uh,
muscles from now on. Yeah.
that's
She's got
awesome.
a fantastic story too. We should have her on.
Yeah, for sure.
Does.
Well, actually, Amy should hop on when we put up the link here soon. You know, definitely
That's
should.
great.
Let's
Yeah.
see. G&B been mixing sauce. I'm kind of looking at some of these. I'm getting distracted by the chat today. I'm checking them out. But let's see. But yeah, it'll be fun to see who all's coming to Hack Your Health, so we can kind of make a plan. And then tell us in the chat what you guys think. Should you think it'd be fun to go to like a Brazilian barbecue type thing, or what would your guys' preferable meetup look like?
I'd love to do a Brazilian barbecue because I haven't found one here in Melbourne. So I hear they're pretty awesome. So I need to do one of those at least.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to do one of those. And we got to start hooking up with some of these Austin people and say, where are the hole in the wall, like hidden gems for like meat buffets. Like if a guy wanted to eat
Absolutely.
his body weight in ribeye, where would you go?
They'll probably
Like
close the doors if they know we're all coming.
exactly.
We might not want to let them know. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be funny. They're like, "Is there a carnivore convention in town?" All right, there's no meat buffets this week.
Close it down.
We'll have to mortgage our business to or you know what they should do is when Hack Your Health comes into Austin, they should all like change their insurance policy for a week.
Oh, we're gonna have so much fun.
It's gonna be a good
Yeah.
time. It is
So
gonna be a
he
good time.
you woke up to an interesting comment this morning.
Oh, I did. That was funny. Yeah, I woke up and Michael's got it. He could throw that up. It was pretty funny. But yeah, I thought this was a hilarious comment, so I was feeling a little bit snarky this morning. I kind of barked back. But I don't know. It was just funny because I was thinking, how does this stuff exactly happen? What is this big disconnect? How is there such a large group of people out there that don't understand how people get to 4, 5, 6, 700 pounds? There's so many people out there that are in this boat. It's clearly the food environment. And so I just spawned a conversation this morning. I sent it to Lindy and Michael. I'm like, look at this one. Because it's so funny. It's just like, do you not live in the world that I live in where,
Just
you know,
just walk down the street. You're going to see everybody that's over 250 pounds. It's so
yeah,
simple.
go if you're confused, go to Walmart, Disney World, get in a
Anywhere there's a
line.
crowd. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And
I've had
so
so many of these comments myself and I've just ignored them. But yeah, when you put this up, I'm glad it's not me that getting all these comments, but it's easy to do, isn't it? Like, I don't know.
oh, it is. It's so funny. Well, and I just don't. I got a really funny comment yesterday too. I just now was thinking about it. I should have put it up here, but it was super funny. This person goes, "WTF? I've been trying to gain 5 pounds for a month, and you can weigh 700. What is going on?" I
I don't know. I
actually
don't know
feel
what's so
your
hard about trying to
frustration.
gain 5 pounds. That's so simple to do.
There's people out there though that have that
Oh,
issue.
I
You
know.
know,
I
where
know.
there's both ends of the
Yeah,
spectrum, and that's the biggest thing, right?
exactly.
I
Yeah,
wish I had that problem. Trying to
yeah.
gain weight.
I don't know. I hear you because it feels like we should wish that we had that problem, and then I bet if we're on the other
Yeah, I
side,
know. Oh,
you know, and so it's
Yeah,
kind of like I think we're perfectly designed to deal with the exact problems that we have. Like I don't think there's a better person than me to my problem. You know, I kind of think that's how life works that way. But I don't know. It's all kind of funny. But I wake up and I would start reading these comments. I'm like, this person took time to come over here and ask me how I got over 250 pounds. I was over 250 pounds when I was 8. What are you talking about? You know, it was just so crazy when they're saying that. It's like, where do these people come from? Have you never been to Walmart?
yeah.
You know, an airport, a bus terminal, you know? Yeah, it's so interesting. Um, let's see. Oh, and I did you know, I'm a little bit of a what do you call it, a hermit or a introvert. I don't know. I have an extrovert personality, but I don't get out of the house much because there's people out there and I don't like that. But I did end up getting out of the house this weekend and went to a buddy's house and we played some pool and stuff. And man, I'm sore. Pool for like 12 hours and I was like, I got to do this more. If pool can make me sore, I've been a little under conditioned, I think. So that was kind of fun to see some friends play some pool. That was a good weekend. And definitely makes you start thinking about getting out more, but it's I don't know, you just see all the people out there and you're like you get out more in the middle of people and you're like there's so many people in the stores and in the gas stations and stuff on the road. You're like, you guys need carnivore so bad because you see everybody with the poofy, you know, red face and the dark circles, and you're like, oh, that's so much inflammation, you know. And they come out with their 64-ounce super gulp sodas, candy bars and
Yeah.
stuff, their bags of chips. It's like, oh no. how do we get the word to these people? You know?
But most don't want to hear it. That's the thing. So I've kind of just sort of turn off now and just do my thing. I concentrate about me. If anyone asks or approaches me, then I'm more than happy to discuss. But I won't. There's no point even talking to people unless they want to hear it. Just
Yep.
Some
yeah.
people don't want to hear it. No.
No. And I know people used to tell me, "Oh, you got to lose weight." I'm like, "Yeah, I know I need to lose weight," and I'd actually get angry because I know I have to. But I didn't know how. Like, I tried everything. I was a failure at everything. So it just used to make me even angrier. So until they get to that point where they're ready to do their own research and find out what's going to work for them, you kind of a lost cause.
I know, and
Mhm.
that's so hard because
Yeah,
we're having that conversation because I was talking to some friends about it, and I was like, "Oh, what's unfortunate is you don't see about a lot of young people turning to carnivore yet because they have the benefit of their youth, and so they can kind of get away with things, and they don't think that it's as serious as it is, and somehow we have to catch them earlier, before
yeah,
they really kind of make stuff so hard, because they don't think, kids they want to go to Taco Bell and go to these fast food places, go to these restaurants, and have their candies and all this stuff, and they don't realize what it's doing to them, you know, because it's
yeah,
because all the candy, all the drug that's killing America is all wrapped up in cool advertising and little colorful wrappers and as
They know how
fun
to sell it.
yep, campaigns, and like all of a sudden Mountain Dew is, synonymous with video games and skateboarding and all this great activity. Meanwhile, it's like, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time doing that with no pancreas.
yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, the
I'm so
packaging is
happy for all the carnivore babies being born into it now. I mean, they're just going to have the most brilliant life. My kids are all grown up now, but all I can do is lead by example. And I've got my oldest, she's now jumping into carnivore and getting some benefits from it just after watching my journey. The other one, not so much. Occasionally she comes up and says, "Oh, can I have a steak, mum?" And I literally fall off my seat every time she says that. So the seed's planted, and there might come a day where, she may need it and she knows what to do. So, yeah,
She's seen it. She's seen her mom do it.
yeah,
absolutely,
yeah.
the
So,
example is huge.
just keep my fingers crossed and hopefully
For
I'll
sure.
get there.
It
Hi,
is.
Sharon.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi. Yeah, it's very true. Oh, we got some starred comments. Michael's been doing work over here. Thank you, sir. All right, what do we got here?
Thank you for the dried onion tip. It's so delicious.
They are
Ah,
delicious, aren't they? And I don't have any problems with them. And it's I really like them on like roast, like chuck roast and stuff, because dried onions kind of give the gravy that more traditional gravy flavor.
Flavor. Yep.
Yeah. So it really helps kind of change it from maybe a weird thick au jus to an actual gravy flavor. I really do enjoy it. I'm glad you like it. That's awesome.
nice. Hi, JB. I took Brett's suggestion to mix sausage with ground beef, added Worcestershire onion and cumin. It really helped. I know it's keto, not carnivore, but it's a start. Thanks, Brett. Yeah,
I,
good job.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. No, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, if it's dry, like I just with spices now, literally, I think it's an individual choice. Like, try, get clean first. Like, drop everything because you won't. I never can tell as much when I stop doing something what it was doing to me. I can't tell. Like, I know I feel better, but I can't quite put my finger on it. But if you stop doing everything, and that's why you really got to do strict BBB and E for a good while, and
yeah,
then add things back one at a time, and you'll know right away. And I mean, it's got to be like 6 months or more, but then you can start at dipping a toe in the water and adding one thing. Like I played with on Monday. I played with chives, dried chives. Can't do them. Had an allergic response to them. Just
okay.
Yep. So I was like,
Hmm.
okay, chives are a no-go for me, and I threw them away. Right.
And that's exactly how you find things out. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and so I don't know what about it is. So now black pepper and chives are both on my never again list. And I
On the
just wouldn't.
blacklist. That's right.
Yep. And so I just do them one at a time. But with dried spices, I just literally get one ingredient, dried spices, and if there's anything else in them, I don't buy them. But you can just get them and try them one thing at a time. Just add one thing at a time. Don't add 2 or 3 or 4. Just add one new spice at a time. If you notice that it's got a negative effect, just don't do it anymore. If because there's plenty of them out there that you're going to be fine with. You got all sorts of things. Like now I know I can have rosemary, I can have thyme, and I can have dried onions. Dried garlic. I don't know what happened to me when I went carnivore, but I don't like the taste of garlic anymore. I used to love it. Now I don't. I don't care for it. So I can have it, but
You just don't like it.
I don't like it
Hey,
anymore. It's weird.
taste buds change,
They did.
Yeah.
But I do way love the in place of the dried garlic, I like the dried onion, the freeze dried onion flakes. Those were a lot better, and I like the texture of them. So I don't know. It's kind of fun. I think you can just add it in. And if it doesn't have any negative effect to you, if it doesn't slow you down or stall you like dairy or give you a kind of like a food allergy response, that's what I always get. I'll get something scratchy in my throat. I'll get some, runny nose or get kind of congested, or I'll feel it in my lungs a little bit wheezy. It's your lungs feel a little irritated. And I know right away, I'm like, well, that's bad for me.
Yep.
But if it doesn't do any of that, and it also doesn't like make me extra hungry, some things are hyper palatable and they'll make you eat more than you probably want to unnaturally.
Yeah.
But I haven't had that problem with those things. The same with pickled jalapenos and Tabasco. So those are all things that are kind of on my safe list. But even with those, I still don't try to eat them every day because I feel like they're kind of treats. They're if you ate them every day, they would no longer be a special pick you up. So I still
Yeah.
like to eat half the time without them, and then go. You know what? I'm feeling like having a fun day today. I'm going to splash some in there, and it's just kind of a fun little pick you up. And so I really do enjoy that kind of contrast.
And it just
I love
changes
that.
it a little bit.
Yeah. It's great advice.
Yeah,
Good
it's been good lately for me.
Hi, Mama Cracker. Hello, Lindy, Michael, Todd, everyone. Hit the likes on all channels. That would be awesome. Thank you.
Thanks,
Good to
Mama
see you,
Cracker.
Mama.
Yep.
I'm not a bacon fan either. Great.
Oh no. We're gonna be the outcast carnivores here pretty soon. We've started an anti-bacon movement. No.
Oh no. No, I mean bacon's okay, but definitely something I use as socially go to when I get out.
Yeah.
But I don't like cooking it at home either. It makes such a mess.
That's the only reason why I don't like it. It's a pain to make. It just makes a mess.
Yeah.
It is, but you know what? If you put it in that air fryer you bought,
I did. That's the last time I made it. I got it from the butcher. And
Yeah.
man, let me tell you, that bacon is fantastic. If I got that all the time, maybe I'd eat it a lot more.
For sure.
But it was on sale, and I picked it up, and man, that was fantastic.
Absolutely. And it's pretty awesome in the air fryer, isn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was probably the best bacon I ever had.
Yep, I believe that. And that's
Okay.
yeah, the thick cut butcher bacon is the best for sure.
A question from Just Memes. Started carnivore a few weeks ago. It could be coincidental, but is it possible carnivore diet can cause a rash?
Absolutely, it can. It's called an oxalate rash.
Yeah.
I've had them.
Sally K. Norton, Dr. Sally K. Norton, is she a doctor? If you look her channel up, she'll talk all about oxalates. She's got some great information there.
Yeah, it's very common. It's basically detoxing, and all those plants that were so healthy for us for all the years that we all ate, they're full of oxalates, which are like defensive poisons that plants have in them. Because as it would turn out, they don't want to be eaten, most of them. So they have oxalates in them to keep you from eating them because it's their natural defense mechanism that they've adapted, over many, many millions of years or thousands or whatever you want to say of years of trying not to get eaten.
Yeah.
So they build up in your fat, and you get on carnivore, and you start dumping oxalates, and it usually comes out of your skin, and you'll have a rash for sure.
Question for Todd.
Let's see. What does that say?
Mono ABC Oprah will be hosting a program and explaining the disease of obesity versus the struggling to keep a few pounds off. Okay.
Monday.
Probably Monday
Monday.
on ABC.
Monday on ABC Oprah.
Oh, that'd be
Okay.
interesting.
I didn't know she had a show again. Did she have a show? She back on the air again? That's how long it's been since I've watched live TV.
I don't know. I have not seen. I haven't watched live TV in 10 years or something.
Didn't she? Wasn't she like the Weight Watchers person, and then she did like
She
Ozempic as well? And
she just went there too. Yeah.
yeah,
I'm not sure, but that'll be interesting to see. I think if she's not on a ketogenic diet or a whole food animal diet, she's going to get it way wrong, and it's going to be a stupid episode.
yeah. I'd love to hear what she has to say.
Yeah,
Actually,
definitely want to see what it says, what she talks about it though, and
you have
maybe
to
I'll be
stream
wrong.
it for me.
Yeah, that's
We'll
what
do
we'll
a
do.
stream and you can watch it with me.
Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll stream it and see what it is, because I don't know. There's just so much bad information, in my opinion, about what causes obesity when the real answer there is so obvious. What's happening? It's absolutely insulin resistant. It's absolutely a hormone imbalance. One of them being
Yeah.
insulin, and it's just causing people to be metabolically sick. I mean, it's very, very obvious.
Well, she lost her weight. I'm just reading an article here in the New York Times saying that she took a weight loss medication to lose her weight.
Oh, great.
That's not a cure though. It
Nope.
hasn't fixed the root cause of the problem. Why is she overweight?
Right.
And a pill's not going to fix that.
No. And I know she's had liposuction a bunch. I've heard that many, many times. And I'm not saying that that's a terrible thing if you have lymphedema, because she was pretty big for a long time. And if you have lymphedema and stuff, sometimes you can't get it off without having liposuction or whatever. But I don't know.
Hi, Maddie Mac. I don't know why people are obsessed with how you get to obesity rather than being thrilled when people find the way out of it. Keep going, all of you. These haters are a joke.
They are.
Yeah.
Sure. I
Thank you,
totally
Marnie.
agree. I know, and Lindy and Michael always tell me they're not worth my time, and I'm like, I know, but they are worth a joke, so that's why.
As long as you get a laugh out of it, it's all that
Yeah,
matters.
they're worth a laugh, and so I don't give them any serious thought. But I just was, I don't know. Sometimes it's like you wake up in the morning, you look at your comments, you're like, oh, good, somebody thought enough of me today to make a bullshit comment.
Yeah, people are just like they kick you when you're on your way up.
Yeah.
What type of person does that? Like they should look in the mirror and just really yeah.
It's so silly, but I don't know. I honestly only answer them if I feel like I have something funny to say. Otherwise, if I don't, I just don't answer them. But that person, I liked. I was wanting to call him an idiot. So.
What do you all use for snacks? Oh, good one. Do you want to go, Todd?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what his snacks are: ribeyes or chomps.
Yeah, I bought some chomps, and which was funny. I literally did that this week because I was working a bunch, and I skipped like I skipped like 2 days of eating, and I just had chomps because they're pretty much the only snack I'll eat. Not that there's a big thing going on, or not that there's not a lot of things you could probably get, carnivore snacks and all those things, but the chomps are just easy to get in my area, and they're grass fed, grass finished, like very low ingredient, like very simple ingredients, and I have those, but that's pretty much the only snack I have. Otherwise, I just eat ribeyes, and I just try to not snack for the most part. But those were my meal replacement. I was going to say though, I saw. So Bella did an interview with me, and she put it out last week. And then one of the comments was, I don't know if it's true or not. I was going to talk to you guys about this. I forgot to say it, but it was from the keto or the carnivore snack people. And they said that they just got shut down by like the FDA or something, because they said that the FDA, and they're trying to ruin them. It sounds like the FDA is trying to ruin them, and they said that in that comment, I should have pulled that up. In that comment, it was a really long one, but they said, I think all the carnivores should know what's happening to a small company and how we're getting targeted. And basically, they applied for all their FDA permits, and they got inspected, and their process of how they make the carnivore snacks and everything were approved. And then they started having a lot of success. And it's like some friends of those people in the FDA that have competing jerky brands and things like that have all the stuff in them. They just came and like seized their bank accounts and shut them down and said you can't sell it, even though nobody complained, nobody got sick, there was no health issues. They just decided now they're revoking how they make the jerky and the carnivore snacks, and they just shut them down. And it does seem like it's some sort of political. It's like one of the first signs of carnivore attack political nonsense that's going
Wow.
on. So we'll definitely now. I haven't confirmed that that's true. This is just a comment of somebody explaining it. I would say how in detail the comment, though, I feel like it's true, but it's very interesting.
I
So,
wouldn't doubt it. I'll have to do some research. I haven't heard nothing.
well,
But I'll
if you
have
can
to
go
do
on
some-
Carnivore Snacks, one of the things they said you'll notice if you go to Carnivore Snacks, our website, everything says sold out, and they said that's not true. It's because they shut us down.
Wow, that's shocking.
Yeah. So I was pretty surprised about that too. But that was the first sign I'd heard of kind of some political, nonsense warfare going on. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So sorry to take your snack question and turn it into nightmare. I just brought up that train of thought. But short answer for me is chomps. How about you guys?
While they're still available, they might be next on the hit list. For me, I don't snack. I try not to snack at all because I just find that if I snack, I just will keep grazing all day, and that's not a good thing for me. Just lead me into more bad habits. So if I'm hungry enough to eat a meal, I will eat a meal. So yeah, I avoid snacking. Michael.
I've been making thin sliced ribeyes in my Ninja, and then I cut them up, and I just have little pieces of that in a plastic bag, and I just go in there and I'll have some of that.
Pretty
Or I'll
tasty.
pick up, or I'll get some jerky like Chomps or Tilmark, I think it's called. They make
Yeah. Good stuff.
yep, jalapenos. One's my favorite.
It is. I love jalapenos. I'm a jalapeno just junkie.
You can introduce them to me in Texas.
I will for sure.
I like the fatty bacon too. I used to cook for the meaty packs. Now I look for the meaty packs. Now I
Yeah.
look for the fatty ones. My husband actually likes the meaty part, and I like the streaky bits. So it works
Tried
both
'em.
ways for us. Yeah, we do.
That's it.
We do.
That's a good combo right there.
Match
You
made
just
in heaven.
take all the fat and leave him all the beef or the bacon jerky
The
pieces.
bacon bits. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to kind of hit rock bottom to want to change.
I know.
Yeah.
And
That's what I say.
I totally agree with that, but we got to fix that. We got to the more people see it, they have to realize it's just the damn marketing, right? It's all these pretty little pink and blue and colorful packages with cartoon characters on it, and everything's so, locked into all these little, if you're going to celebrate a birthday, you better have a cake with sprinkles and, poison, like poison that's 8 times more addictive than crack. You got to have that for your birthday because you're celebrating. So what better way to celebrate than to get addicted to something that's going to rob you of your life and your health and stuff over time? It's just, they did such a great job at packaging something so addictive and marketing to all these cutesy little, Valentine's Day, Christmas, Easter, all these colorful little celebratory, innocent, fun, little cute, soft little things that they mixed it in with.
And all that
Yeah.
stuff that they sell for those holidays has a ton of sugar.
Every one of them. And it's just like, this is so terrible because it's just everything's like this cartoon fun little cutesy fairy holiday feel.
What's the idea behind that? To get the kids hooked when they're young. That's why you got all the colors on all the cereal boxes. You got they're in the, remember our cartoons when we used to watch on Saturday mornings? Used to have all the cereal commercials with all the rabbits and
Always.
yeah.
Always. And there's a toy inside. You got to get
Yes.
it and you have to eat the whole
Yeah.
box of sugar shit. So,
Bribery. Yeah.
yeah, you
You
can get
can
some
Yeah.
yeah. They
stupid
put it
thing
all
in
the way
there.
at the very bottom. Yep.
Yep. And I mean, you would eat through there because, you know, I don't know about your dad, but my dad would kill me if I stuck my hand in that box to get the toy. He's like, you can get it when it's empty. So what did I do? I'm like, all right, challenge accepted.
Exactly. And then you want the whole set of toys. So you eat, cereal 3 times a day just so you can
Right.
get rid of the packet to get the next one to
And
make
Yeah.
sure you get the next toy. Yeah.
Cereal does not fill you up. Let me tell you. I've
Mm.
finished many boxes in my day.
Same with
Absolutely.
McDonald's and the Happy Meals
And
where you get all those
you're
toys and
you're sitting
Monopoly.
there eating the cereal, thinking that gee, I'm eating healthy.
Right.
Special K or whatever that you're eating, or Cheerios, and
Right. And
Yeah.
it's so sad, but yeah, I mean, exactly to your point. That's what we talk about all the time. And I guess if there's any message, don't be us. Just know that it is 8 times more addictive. It is absolutely killing you. It's absolutely robbing you of your quality of life. It's going to cause diseases that you might not even be overweight, but you're going to end up with an autoimmune disease, a heart disease. You are causing damage. And the only reason why we don't take it as seriously is because of the marketing campaigns and the packaging, how they market kids and everything. We get brainwashed and believing it's okay because we think that, well, anything that colorful that so many people have that's put in the grocery stores, they would never put something that's going to kill us in there. But they literally only get away with it because it doesn't kill you instantly. It kills you
right
slowly over time.
over the years.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why they get away with it. And it's so addictive. And yeah, hopefully we can start waking people up because it's just so bad when you look around now and you see how bad the obesity is and how bad the diseases and acne and skin, and you can just see it all over people. It's like, how do we stop this? We're just watching everybody get poisoned. I mean, if this was happening any other way, like a radiation leak or something, we would all be like, we got to do something. This would be a real problem, but because it comes through sugar, and it's slowly getting worse
over time. That's right. And people don't
Yeah.
notice it, right? If everybody woke up 700 pounds in the morning from eating all the junk food, then it would really be a problem. Everybody would see it right away. But it's over
Right.
years.
Right. And we,
happen overnight.
us three right here might be on the far end of the bell curve right now, but we are the future. We
Yes,
are
we
what
are.
everybody's gonna, the majority of people are gonna look like in another 30 years, 40 years if we don't change something. Like, we gotta stop this because it's, yeah, it's crazy. It was just like, where's that picture? I pull that up. Hold on. I should have had this prepared. This is not a big time outfit.
That's all right.
This picture right here, that thing, because let's see, let's get that bigger. That is so true. And 19 or 1890, this was the fattest guy alive. They were paying money to go see him, and like I had to lose a lot of weight to get down. You know what I mean? And this was the fattest guy alive. Just, I don't know, what's that, like 150 years ago? Or no, 130 years ago?
130 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, 134 years ago. Uh that was the biggest person, right? And now look, it's like that's an average person, right? And so in another
Yeah.
100 years, the average person is going to be 700-800 pounds, or everybody's going to be on Ozempic and losing their control of their gut microbiome, and not, they're all going to be malnourished. I mean, it's really gross what's happening, and so yeah, it's pretty shocking. Let's see here.
Hi, Anne. Does anyone here know any good recipes for quail eggs? Oh, I've
I've
only
only
ever
had them pickled. That's all I've ever had them.
I had them at it's like a hot pot restaurant, and yeah, it was an interesting. They were like, I don't know, the yolks were not hard boiled. They're almost like they were scrambled inside. It was a really weird texture. I don't know if it's just the way that they cook them. That's the only time I've had them, and I did pop about 4 in my mouth to see if I liked it, and I couldn't decide whether it was nice or not. So it'd be nice to cook my own. I wouldn't know where to get them, but I can't help with that.
For sure. Yeah, I can't really either. I only ever have them pickled, and and I don't even do them myself. I get them used to get them from from a hardware store, which is the greatest name for any hardware store ever, called Menards. That store still makes me laugh. But yeah, they have pickled quail eggs in there, and I've had those. I did when I work in construction, and in the morning sometimes we would get all the guys like breakfast biscuits from like a Hardee's or whatever. And one day I got all the breakfast biscuits for everybody. But I went to Menards and I got a whole thing of pickled quail eggs, and I hid them in the breakfast biscuits and rewrapped them up. So when the guys would bite into them, you would just see the look of horror because they weren't expecting that little weird, weird pickled quail egg. And it was pretty funny. I got one guy to puke. It was pretty hilarious. Because when you're not expecting, it's not that they're that bad. It's just that you're not expecting to have a weird pickled
The
egg.
pickled,
Yeah,
yeah,
in the
yeah.
biscuit. The good old days.
Couldn't imagine it be any different than having any other egg recipes. It just you need a lot more of them, wouldn't you? Because they're so
Yeah.
small.
They're tiny, aren't they? Yeah.
Oh, thank you
Yeah.
so much, Sharon.
Thanks, Sharon.
Oh, here we go. Thank you so much.
Hi, Carol. You're buying a rebounder. Fantastic. Great. Yeah, I love my little rebounder. There it is. I've done my 5 minutes this morning, and I'll jump on a few more times later today. Break up my day. I love it.
That is awesome.
This show tomorrow for you is going to be about rebounder more tomorrow, right, Lindy?
Yeah, we're doing a show, me and Emily, Coach Emily, because she has a rebounder as well. We'll be talking about rebounder, and we're interviewing a lady called Lydia from Avanti Wellness podcast, and that's how I learnt about rebounding. She jumps on every morning and does like a 5-minute bounce live and just talks motivational stuff. She's not carnivore, but yeah, it's just more about the just movement and motivation and stuff like that. So I learned a lot from her, and we'll be interviewing her, learning more about rebounding. And she's very interested in carnivores, so we'll see. She may join the dark side.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'll tell you what, after as sore as my legs are from just playing pool for 13 hours, I was like, okay, I gotta get a rebound. I gotta start moving more.
Yeah, well, after a week at the shop working with my daughter's florist, I come home and I'm knackered. Like every muscle in my back and my legs, everything hurts. So I jump on this, just a gentle, I call it a healing bounce, and it loosens everything up. And then I can walk again. But when I walk in the door, I'm like an old woman, like my back's crooked. It just fixes it. I don't know. It's just amazing.
Well, I think what it is when you work a muscle and you work it more than it's been used to for a while, that burning pain is supposed to be lactic acid. And when you move, you actually got to work the lactic acid out of the muscle, or else you get the burny, sore,
Oh,
stiff
okay.
pain. So I bet that helps
Yeah.
pump the lactic acid out. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, makes sense. Maybe we should interview you tomorrow.
I just remember that from playing softball in the softball days. Joe Pengelly. Joe, if you are out there, that's hilarious. I haven't seen Joe in forever, but Joe Pengelly, he would always say that. He's like, if you're sore before you leave the field, you better walk this off, or you're gonna wake up and you're gonna be real sore tomorrow. He's like, got to
Yeah.
get that lactic acid out. He always ran marathons. We call him the Flash. He's a little short dude, and he would take off like the Flash. It was pretty funny. But yeah, he was always making sure Joe was a good dude, and he would always make sure we walked off the lactic acid so that we could all work the next day. So we're all going to be stoved up. It was pretty funny.
Hi, Letty. Hello, everyone. Do any of you fast? If so, how do you prepare? I'm struggling with fasting. I hear how beneficial it is, and I want to start.
If it's her first time, I recommend priming.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend that too. And I would just, we don't get any kickbacks or we're not selling nothing, but SBG's priming program is second to none when it comes to priming. So you can fast. It's a good deal. It's $30 a month, and you get to they have weekly priming and fasting calls. And the whole idea is that you have to prime so that you're not trying to fast from a malnourished state. And because malnourished fasting, one, it's not going to help you. You're just going to get more malnourished, and it causes stress. You don't get all the benefits out of fasting when it's a stressed and malnourished fast. And so you really need to nourish the body first and do their priming protocol. And that can be stressful and hard too, because you might put on some weight. I personally put on a bunch of weight, but I was losing shirt sizes as I'm doing it, because what you don't realize is when you're eating all that good carnivore food, it's a composition change. You're putting on muscle and you're trading it for fat. But if you're a person that gets wigged out by the scale, you just need to divorce your scale for about 3 months while you're doing priming and getting ready. But then once you're healthy, you can go to fasting. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm taking a break for fasting for a couple weeks, but probably next week I'm going back to my original protocol, which now I was worked up to eating 84 hours out of the week. So I eat Monday through Thursday, and then Thursday night through Monday morning, I fast. So I fast for 84 hours and I eat for 84 hours. I'm going to go back to that. I got a little low on fat, so I had to change up the fat to protein ratio because the fasting was starting to wear me down a little bit, but I'm going back to that now. So, but anyhow, definitely I would check out SBG priming protocol, which stands for the steak and butter gang. Well, what do you have? What do you think, Lindy?
Yeah, definitely check out Steak and Butter Gang and their priming protocol. You shouldn't be fasting and white knuckling fasts. It is a big stressor on your body, and they will show you how to do it without the white knuckling. And yeah, it's definitely a lot easier. But yeah, fasting is great if you do it right.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the autophagy and just the repurposing of proteins for,
It's the
my autophagy
healing.
too. It's so healing. And yeah,
Yeah.
and it'll get you ripped. That's definitely a good cutting plan. So, oh yeah, Carolina and Amy,
Yeah.
absolutely. Black pepper, definitely. I can't do it. It makes my lungs sound like bagpipes. I sit there and back in the day for a long time until I got on carnivore, I'd be talking or breathing and you'd hear me whistling. My lungs are just sitting there whistling,
Whistling
and just,
Dixie, yeah.
yep. As soon as I have black pepper, I get that again. I'm like, okay, so bagpipe lungs are not normal.
Gee.
Yeah,
It's just amazing how much we learn from, doing carnivore. We learn so much.
absolutely. Hey, well, you learn we get so used
Oh,
to being sick. You know what I mean? We get so used to being sick slowly that we don't even realize. Sometimes we don't realize how sick we are, or how stoved up we are, or how in pain we are. Like when I was first started carnivore, back pain started going away, and then I started realizing I didn't realize how much was hurting until I was stopped hurting. And then I was like,
yeah.
oh man, like that was not normal. How did we get conditioned to really put up with some stuff and we don't even realize how bad off we are.
Yeah. Well, obviously, starting carnivore, my big goal was to lose weight. But now that's just the cherry on top. It's all the healing that I had. I never thought I would get rid of my pain. I thought I had that for life. I've wrecked my body, and I'm getting old. I'm 52 now, so I'm bound to have heaps of pain and start to go backwards. I'm reverse aging. Like I feel better than I did in my 20s, and all the pain's gone. I've still got weight to lose, but I feel amazing. So I don't care. The weight will come off when it's ready now, but I'm getting out there living life again. Um, yeah, so the weight loss, whatever happens, happens. I just want to feel optimal now. And that's my new goal is being optimal.
Exactly. Yep. Totally. And it's incredible how much it's so healing. John, Big Man Alaska. Definitely go check out John's channel. He's got an awesome YouTube channel.
Me
I'm
and
here.
Lindy were up there watching his live stream today. He got up
Yeah.
today. I was shocked when he stood up. I haven't seen him in a while, but he actually stood up and he went to his stove, and I can't get over the weight loss that he's had.
John's
Yeah.
doing fantastic.
Yes, and
Amazing.
wow, he looks fantastic.
And he looks so healthy, you know, like
Yes.
it's not just, you know, I don't know if you do this for very long, there's a difference. I've lost a lot of weight and not been healthy. I've lost a lot of weight and still been inflamed and still had terrible skin and still was pale, still had dark circles under my eyes, still had, you know, still metabolically sick while losing several hundred pounds, you know, 300 pounds even, still looks sick. And
Yeah.
but there's a difference between a healthy healing, you know, that the carnivore does, and John looks like that to me. He's lost a lot of weight, he's leaning out, but he looks healthy, he looks happy, he looks healthy. You can see that carnivore glow on the skin and in the eyes. You know, John's life's back, you can see it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah,
I'm sure he wasn't ready for this, but there he is. The change that
Yeah.
I've seen in him in just a few months that he's been carnivore, and especially the last few months for him, such a big difference for the guy. I'm so happy for him. He's such a great guy.
Yeah.
absolutely. Doing so good. Inspiration to all of us, man.
And if you don't follow his channel, he's always got good information up there. I'm going to put a link to his channel up there too.
Awesome.
Yeah, he
I don't
does lives every day, I think, too. Just has a chat.
No.
And actually, this morning he was talking about some pickled eggs that he made. So that might be a good suggestion for
those look really
the
good.
quail eggs
Yeah.
from earlier. Yeah, he's apparently has one of his live streams. He does it live. So I want to check that out myself.
Yeah, I
So,
actually watched him pickling some
yeah.
eggs because I was interested. I was
Okay.
like, and I wanted to see how he did it without putting sugar in it. Because if you look up most of the pickled egg freaking recipes are full of sugar, you know. So no,
Okay.
that was awesome. So yeah, I'm definitely when I get off this lion diet, I'm gonna pickle some eggs because I want to try them, you know. And you know, many times I've thrown away several dozen of eggs because I bought too many and didn't finish them. And this would be a great way to use them up, you know, to pickle them to save them too. So
Yeah, great.
definitely, and I love vinegar, so it's right up my alley.
I
But I
love
don't.
hard-boiled eggs. I just hate cleaning them.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
do you know the trick though?
Put it in a bag or something, right?
You put it in it. You can crack them before you put them in there. But also, if you take the not the pointy end of the egg, but the rounded end of the egg, and you tap it with a spoon. This sounds so stupid, but before you boil it, you tap it about the fourth
The
tap.
air.
Yeah, about the fourth tap, you break that membrane, and you'll hear it because it'll go tap 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 tap, but then
Pops.
it'll go tick.
Yep.
And when it makes that weird sound, you broke that membrane, and then you boil them, and then they just fall right off. And especially if you put them in cold water, put them in a bag with cold water, and you shake it, then the shell just comes right off. You
I'm about
know,
to try that with the tapping. I heard about that, but I haven't tried it yet.
I've
I
done it,
hadn't heard
and
I
that.
tried the cold water and all that stuff, and I'm always there struggling. I said, I hate it.
if you tap it with the back, you just use the back of the spoon on the
Right.
rounded end.
I've
You go
seen
tick,
that.
tick, and you do it. Go, and you're doing it lightly, not enough to break the shell. But
Right.
you just go tick, 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 and then it'll go tink. When it makes this weird sound, it breaks that air bubble on the membrane, and then that egg. Then you cook it, and when you do it, and you cool, you know, once you take them out, you put them in an ice bath.
Right.
And once you put them in an ice bath, that shell will come.
Separates.
Yeah, the whole thing will come off. You know. So it really does work good. I don't know what we were right about, but we're wrong about things too. This whole community, this is just a think tank. We all get together and share stuff. So there he is. All right.
Way to go, Carol. Celebrating my 1 year carnivore in a couple of weeks and rebound daily. Yay. Rebounding's taken off. I think carnivore plus rebounding is definitely next level.
That's funny. Sure. It's gonna be carnivore, rebounding, and fasting. You know, fasting. Those are gonna be like the holy trinity of metabolic health. But definitely, congratulations. That's incredible.
Hi, Ricky Lee. I hear magnesium binds to oxalates and helps you flush them out. Okay.
Okay.
I hadn't
Maybe
heard
heads
that.
up.
That's awesome.
Hmm.
I don't have too many oxalate problems. You know what's weird is I had to lose over 250 pounds before I had my first oxalate rash. It was weird, but I don't know if they say that sometimes your body won't get rid of it until till it feels like you're healthy enough to kind of deal with some of it. And I think my body had bigger things to work on than getting rid of the oxalates. I think it was healing up some stuff, but that's interesting.
Hmm. Hi, BK. I'm now 6 weeks tobacco free. Yay. And 1 week
Awesome.
nicotine free. Gained 4 kilos, but I know it takes a while for the reverse. I keep eating meat. I keep doing my daily 1 hour walk.
Absolutely.
Yay.
That's awesome,
Congrats.
Kiki. Don't worry about
Yeah.
those 4 kilograms, man. They'll
No.
disappear.
They and I can
Exactly.
tell you for sure they will, because it was about 5 weeks. Raymond at SBG, he was kind of coaching me through, because I said I'm quitting Copenhagen. And when I quit, he's like, all right, he says, as a crutch, though, feel free to put in your favorite carnivore foods, like even if it's something you only use for a treat until you get through it. So for me, I just added cheese back in, and yeah, I gained, like, I don't know how much a kilogram is, but I gained about 15 to 17 pounds. But literally, uh, once I got rid of the cheese, and I just did a 3-day fast, yeah, all the weight came off. Like in 3 days, it was gone. Poof, like it never happened. And I've been nicotine free since October
That's
26th, and I have not craved a thing. Like, I did the first 13 days was kind of rough, but after that, I have not craved a thing, and I will never go back. And so, definitely, it's so crazy that carnivore is so awesome that you can eat through other bad habits and addictions, and you just feed your body the fat and protein, and you can clear something up.
Mm.
There we go. Why didn't that go on there? There we go.
Hi, Janet. Could care less about what Oprah has to say about weight loss. Yeah.
I do believe I agree. That sentiment. Absolutely.
My comment was in reference to you saying you couldn't believe people didn't know how someone could gain a lot of weight. The show is special, and hopefully people will learn some basic facts. Okay.
Oprah's show on Monday.
Oprah's show. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is good. And hopefully they will learn some basic facts. And that'd be fun. I just there's just so many theories on it, right? I mean, there's the whole calorie in, calorie out hypothesis, first of all. Then there's even the dogma that they put, like, in that the whale movie, where, poor boy, if you weigh 600 pounds or whatever, you must be sitting in front of the refrigerator eating pizzas topped with Twinkies and Ho-Hos and Oreos until you throw up. It's
I
just
never
like,
did that.
none of us ever did. And it's, in fact, oddly enough, that binge eating's more, you see that more with people that aren't really big. It's usually people fighting, like, what is it, bulimia or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
Bulimic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more common with those types of folks. But they want to have um that stereotype out there, because they want everybody else to think that, oh, well, unless you're doing this, you're not going to get that big eating our junk. And it's like, no, I did it through iced coffees in the morning, energy drinks at 10 o'clock, and sodas, along with, some fast food. It's really not, it's not that hard to do in 30 years. It
Yeah.
picks up.
And I wonder if this Oprah special is going to be targeting something like, what are you going to have to buy at the end to lose the weight? There must be some agenda
Well, it sounds like
to
maybe
the show.
Ozempic, right?
That's probably what I think. That's what she's
Maybe.
pushing. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'd love to watch it, to see what she has to say, because I'm sure we've got a lot to
Yeah.
respond
Well,
to.
let's do it. We should record clips of it. I think we can get in trouble if we play too much of it.
Yeah.
We could record
Yeah.
some clips of it, and kind of give our rebuttal.
Yeah. Well, I think we've lost an Oprah in weight.
Exactly.
combined a
Oh,
few
oh,
times there.
yeah, a
I
few
don't
times
I don't
So I
miss it.
think we got plenty of experience in that department.
for
Yeah.
sure. And we didn't do it
I
with weight loss drugs or any of the
nope.
nonsense,
No.
and we didn't have to be a billionaire to do it. We just ate meat, you know.
And I have taken like the weight loss drugs before in the past, back in the 70s and the 80s when they had that Dexatrim and all that shit. That stuff never worked.
Right.
Remember
I had
Dexatrim
black
back
band
then?
surgery 25
Oh,
years ago. I
oh,
managed
I
to
know.
put on, got up to 800-ish pounds. So
Absolutely. Oh, and
yeah, it didn't work.
I love this question. Actually, this is I'm very glad you asked this. Karen asked a question. Todd, did you say in your interview with Bella that stevia sweetened drinks stalled you? So that was Bella was kind of editing it for time because the interview that I actually did went pretty long with her. So
Just
she was chopping
Todd,
stuff out.
Todd talks.
I old time jaw wagger for sure. So she had to edit it down, and that kind of got misconstrued. So it's not necessarily that stevia stalls you as much. What it does is it doesn't give you any food freedom. You don't get free from the sweet palate, right? Stevia for me and for a lot of people, you can use it, but it continues to keep the craving part of your brain alive for the sweet taste and for the old palate that you had. And so I got rid of all the artificial sweeteners and stuff. I used it for a while as a crutch to get through soda. I used it in a lemonade drink that I made, but I also went strict BBB and E. And then as soon as I felt like I was over the soda cravings enough, I just quit it cold turkey, and that was when I got all my freedom from sugar. Like I don't have any problem with sugar or craving any kind of sugar or anything like that anymore. It's completely gone. And what most people find out is if they keep having the stevia and the coffees and stuff, it screws up your hunger signals. It keeps cravings alive, and you kind of have this relationship with those sweet things again that are too close to what you're addicted to. So I find that I just had to stay away from it. And that's what I meant by that. And I know everybody was wigged out because they said that I said that the sweeteners or whatever were stalling like ketosis or something. And I didn't say that, but for me, it wouldn't let me break my addictions to sugar with them. So what do you think, Lindy?
Yeah, no, I stay away from anything sweet because that definitely triggers my cravings as well. And then you
Right.
just want another. And even like back in the day when I used to drink the lemonades or pop, I think you call it, you'd have one and you want another. It's just addictive. It makes you thirstier. I don't know
Yeah.
if it's just craving that sweet taste or whatever, but
Well, it's
I've got my
exactly what.
soda stream, no flavoring, nothing.
Yep. Yeah, and that's
Beautiful.
exactly right. I, my buddy bought some of these yesterday and tried them, but same stuff. It's just sparkling water, like San
Mm,
Pellegrino, and that's the same stuff that I drink. And once you lose that memory or that muscle memory or habit or whatever of always having to have something sweet, But the problem with super sweet stuff is it's what they call a hyper palatable food. We don't have a normal, especially me. I don't have a normal satiation switch for sweet foods. Like I don't get satiated by them, so you keep doing it and you keep doing it, and you
yeah.
get some, even if it's not sugar. It's just not a it's just not a good thing. It's just a hyper palatable food that's just too easy to want to consume too much of it without a
Without a
aspect of satiation.
right, it doesn't fill you up. Yeah.
Right. So that's all that I was saying in there. But yeah, boy, boy, I got some comments on that going, why say that stevia knocks you out of ketosis when it didn't? I didn't say that. I think Emily might have asked me that, and I think I kind of agreed with it, but that was really just kind of a yeah, I was saying that I had to get rid of all those things to really get freedom and to really get into the to a successful track on carnivore where it wasn't hard anymore. Like I don't have any addictions to food anymore. I don't have any addictions to sweet stuff anymore. So this is easy, right? It's easy
Mm,
just to get up and eat. Like I no longer go, oh, I really want a pizza, but I'm gonna have this ribeye. It's not a hard choice anymore. I'm like, I gotta have a ribeye today, and I don't have any cravings for pizza. I'm
No.
excited about enjoying my ribeye. I didn't get that until I got rid of the sweeteners. And I did that for 2.5 years with keto, with all the keto sweet treats. And that's why I knew that it was important because, man, when you do the keto treats, just like Lindy said, well, if it's healthy, then you can have 3 servings of it, one. And that's exactly what happens. You can just keep eating this crap, For us, that's what I don't know that
Yeah.
everybody's the same, but that's what it is for us.
We weren't born with the off switch, unfortunately. A lot of people
No.
can do that.
We were born with the double down switch, the turbo booster switch.
Yeah. Yeah, she's probably promoting her Weight Watchers or Wegovy
Well,
stuff.
I know she stepped down off the board off of Weight Watchers. I know that. So whatever she's doing has nothing to do with Weight Watchers now.
I gotcha.
But I'll bet you it's medication.
We're gonna find out. Hey, Karen.
Hi,
Yeah,
Karen.
we're gonna find out for sure.
Chomps are fantastic. They are not spicy with the Slim Jim greasy taste.
Yep. Yeah, I like them too.
Yes, I think we've already mentioned it. Our rebanding video. Yeah, Emily and I are doing a live tomorrow. So if you have any questions about rebanding or carnivore, whatever, tune in tomorrow.
Oh.
Michael could tell you the time. I'm not sure what time it is in the US.
7:15 p.m. Central Time.
There you go.
That'll be
Thank
fun.
you.
Oprah is on Ozempic now. Quit Weight Watchers. Yep. That makes sense. That's what I was worried about. So,
how many ribeyes could she afford? She could afford to eat so many ribeyes and have a health. And instead she chooses to inject herself with crap.
Right. Doesn't Oprah own like a cattle company or something like a while back?
Does she?
Owns a lot of stuff.
I thought she got in trouble because remember the vegans came after her because she owned a cattle company like 10 years ago.
Something
like that. I will take them, Karen. I will take all the jalapenos that everybody has. I love them.
Why doesn't the FDA go after the meds that cause so many worse side effects than the issue they're supposed to be solving?
Well, because the
money,
FDA, it's all about money. The FDA loves to say that they're doing it for our own good. They're watching the safety of the public, and it's all a big lie.
Here's what people need to go look at. Go look at who runs the FDA. Go look at the top people of the FDA. Then go look at where they used to work before. And what happens with the FDA is the people that are at the top get a cushy job after they leave the FDA at these big pharmaceutical companies and these big food processing companies, and they just have an office and they don't have to do nothing.
They don't show up for work. They literally just get a paycheck.
And they just get a paycheck all the time. So that's what people need to understand. Just it's the information is out there. All you got to do is actually do some research, and you'll see why the country is the way it is, or the world, the whole food supply.
Yeah.
It's because people are being paid off. Simple as that. Everybody has a price.
Absolutely.
That's the problem.
It is the problem. It's corruption and at the highest levels.
Look at what Tyson's doing now. If you guys have heard about Tyson this past week, they fired all the people that worked at the plant in, I believe it's Iowa. Okay. And what they're doing is they're bringing all the immigrants, they're giving them all jobs. They're paying them less money, less benefits, but they fired everybody that works in the town. I think the town has 8,000 people and 1,500, 1,600 people in that town worked at this plant, and they all lost their job.
And it's now the Tyson chicken plant?
Tyson chicken plant, yes.
That figures. Well, watch. It's funny because when I was at my buddy's house last night, we just watched Super Size Me 2 again because I was trying to tell him the chicken was terrible. And so I showed him that documentary last night. We watched it until 4:00 in the morning this morning, and he was like, "Oh my God!" But one of the things was all the bird farmers were in there showing how Tyson was such a Gestapo.
Right.
And so that doesn't surprise me. They are big pieces of crap.
Yep. And Tyson's a big company. They own a lot of different companies. They own like 30 different companies, different labels.
Yeah. Well, it's time to boycott Tyson then.
That's what people are planning to do.
That's awesome. I'm in. Everything is better with jalapenos on it. I agree wholeheartedly.
I'll let you know after Texas.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. I guarantee it. We're gonna
Hi,
have
Christy.
hi. We're gonna have our bacon jalapeno burgers. I think you're gonna like those.
But
I'm gonna make you uh like one of those Dutch style burgers, and you got to try a bacon jalapeno burger with horseradish, cheddar, horseradish, Monterey Jack cheese, and some horsey sauce that I make. As
that's good. I thought you were
it's
going to say a Dutch oven, and I was going to say don't go in a Dutch oven.
no,
That's what I
no,
was thinking. I'm like, what's that got to do with anything?
no. It's I forget what they call it at In-N-Out Burger. It's something like the Flying Dutchman is what it's called. It's called the Flying Dutchman.
Find the burgers, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's
Everyone's
basically.
talking about In-N-Out burgers, but we don't have them here. So
I think they're overrated, and everybody's going to be like,
Overpriced.
yeah. Well, no, they are do good because
Are they?
they are a good value for the price,
Okay.
but I think they're overrated. I've definitely had better burgers. We have a place here where I live called Best Burger, and they have the best burgers. Actually, they weren't lying, but they're really good. You know, and Five Guys is way better than In-N-Out by a long shot, but Five Guys is also ridiculously expensive. You'll spend $13 on a burger at Five Guys, where you can get like a double or something that they call it at In-N-Out for like, I don't know, $8 or something, $7. And so it is a good price, but I think it's just a little bit overdone. But what they do at In-N-Out is you can get like the Flying Dutchman, which I think is just a meat and burger, and they wrap it in lettuce. But then you get like, they have another one where instead of a bun, it's two slices of tomato, and then or two big thick slices of onion. You know, so like the whole thing. You know, they didn't pull it apart, so it's like a onion bun or tomato bun or lettuce wrap. You can get them in, and everybody that's doing like the keto type stuff eats them that way. But that's why I don't know. I don't put anything on them. I just eat them like a steak, but you put them. You mix 50% bacon, 50% beef, mix in pickled jalapenos, then you smoke them, then you put horseradish, white cheddar or horseradish, Kobe Jack on there, and then you put horseradish cream cheese and spicy brown mustard on. Oh my gosh, I could like that's a holiday food for me. It's so good.
yeah, well, I don't eat much cheese, but I'll make an exception for Texas. I'll have a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. You'll have to try a few things. What happens after first priming? Well, you prime until you don't need to prime anymore. For everybody, the time is different, but you'll know it when you get to it. And then for me, my eyesight got better. My hair started growing back. My eyebrows grew back. Didn't know that my eyebrows were a sign of hyperthyroidism. My hair was a sign of malnourishment, and my metabolism shot up. And so I'd done 7.5 months of OMAD, and I was under eating, and before I did priming. And then when I was doing priming, it pumped my metabolism up. So then I went back to, I just did 7 successful months of OMAD straight, one meal a day. And then I did priming, and I went back to go do one OMAD, and I almost ate my pillow that night because I was so freaking hungry, because it pumps up your metabolism. And so that's the one beautiful thing about priming too, is that it gets your metabolism out of the dirt. Your metabolism slows down when you don't have real nourishment and you're undernourished. Your metabolism slows down into the dirt. Well, if you fast with a slow metabolism, you're not doing a heck of a lot of good. You want your metabolism running at a high rate, so that when you fast, it really digs into your stored body fat and really burns it and really goes after autophagy and mitophagy. So it starts burning up dead and dormant proteins and repurposing them. But you need to be running at a high metabolic state to get like maximum efficiency out of it, you know. And I was never doing that. So fasting sucked before, you know, and now I like it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, definitely. My hair loss stopped. I lost a lot of hair over my journey, and that's from being undernourished. I haven't been eating enough, and I didn't do priming very well to start with because I couldn't physically get the food down. So it wasn't until actually really focused on eating lots of small meals throughout the day, getting the priming down pat, that my hair loss stopped. I now can brush my hair and I don't lose handfuls of hair anymore. And yeah, I know if I do fall into those patterns of under eating, I just do a quick 3-day prime and it kind of resets everything. So yeah,
Sure.
breaks my stalls. I stall a lot, and that fixes it. So yeah, it's just a really cool tool to have in your belt. So
I was struggling. I couldn't eat nothing. I just small meals. I'd be stuffed with 2 eggs and 3 pieces of sausage for breakfast, and I'd be stuffed. So what I did, I primed for 3 weeks, and it wasn't easy. You would think that a 500-pound plus guy wouldn't have problems putting
yeah,
food into his belly, but man, I struggled to eat as much as I could. And then I did that for 3 weeks, and then I fasted, and I dropped a bunch of weight, and I know I couldn't have done the fast without priming, so I needed to do that prime. He also has a follow-up question. What is it? Prime, fast, prime. Yeah, that's how you do it. Prime up a little bit, get your body into um, feed it. It needs
Yeah.
to know that food's
You got
available.
right. And you got to be nourished.
Yes,
Our bodies are weird because they adapt to everything. And so you got to change it up. And that's why, what they say is that the priming and the fasting is like feeding, feasting and fasting, right? It's like, like how we evolved or how we grew up or how we got here, our ancestors, we would go hunt and you'd hunt for a few days. It would take you a few days of like fasting while you're hunting, find something, then you'd get a big kill, and then you would feast for a few days, but then you'd run
right.
out of meat and you'd have to go hunting
Do it
again.
all
So
again. Yep.
yeah, and so it's kind of that natural rhythm, and our bodies are built for that. And that's what our natural state is. But but the first time we've all been, you know, this is why I'm like, what do they teach in school? Why, they don't teach us anything worth a damn learning hardly at all in school. It's so full of propaganda and brainwashing. Meanwhile, I'm like, why was I like 38 years old before I understood that we don't just eat for fuel, we eat for building blocks, right? And when we eat empty carbohydrates that are nutriently deficient calories and nutrient deficient fuel that only turns to glucose, we are hungry all the time because we're malnourished. And so we eat all this junk and we're like, what? I'm feeding you. And our body's like, no, you need to eat because it just stores it. It's like you've got plenty of this glucose fuel. We've got, for me, I had, 500 pounds of it or something. But it's like that's not what it was screaming for. It was screaming for building blocks. It was screaming for nourishment. It was screaming for the stuff that was the reason that my hair was falling out, my thyroid was going to hell,
Yep.
and my
Hair turning
hormones.
gray.
Yeah, it was screaming for protein, collagen. It was screaming for electrolytes, and all the real macronutrients and the hormone. It was screaming for cholesterol that they demonized. It was screaming for all those things, and we didn't notice it. So we've been malnourished for a long time because we eat stuff that's not really food. It's void of all real nutrients that our body needs. And so you got to spend some time filling in that hole that you dug, of this malnourishment hole that you dug. And then once you fill that back in, then you can start doing things and working on the excess fake, terrible, toxic fuel that we have stored on us and start getting rid of the oxalates and all the toxic preservatives and crap that we put in there. But our body won't really work on it until it feels like it's healthy enough and that its tissue's healthy enough and that, these new metabolic pathways are restored to really deal with that stuff as it seems. And so you got to prime, then you can fast, and then you do mini primes after that. Just a day or two. It's no longer got to be months or weeks or anything.
Right. Keep
It's
the
just
body
a few
guessing.
days. Yeah,
Change it up
yeah,
all the time.
exactly. Because then you follow the feasting and fasting thing. But it really does help if you just get on the schedule with the priming and priming protocol with SBG, and then roll into their fasting protocol. And for $1 a day, I think it's the greatest value. I definitely do it because it just teaches you how to do it. And I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat that know exactly what we're talking. Missy's one of them that's in here.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth every penny. So I would definitely recommend you that. And it's so good to have a community and be able to talk to people 5 days a week and listen to success stories, and just super handy. I would definitely recommend it. So
You and me couldn't have gotten paid for people to look at us.
we
I'm
could
just
we
Yeah.
could and don't worry, I got good news, John. It's not too late. That's just we no longer do it at the circus. Now I hear that you can do it on something called OnlyFans.
Oh, we got those
And-
mukbang. We could make a killing on mukbang.
so just fire, it's just like YouTube, different audience.
I think while white sugar can cause depression, it's during the depression where the weight is gained, and many people think depression is what their life is. Mm.
I know that's, I thought that I was depressed because I was 700 pounds and miserable. And I thought that was making me depressed. I didn't realize until I did carnivore. Actually, it was even keto. The depression started lifting, and I realized, oh no, this was actually a hormone thing. Depression, is a hormone thing because we're doing two terrible things. Insulin is so bad for causing a stressed out state and causing like cortisol problems that you get full of anxiety, and that will definitely make you, put you into some pretty mass depression. And when we're doing that, we're all mental about trying to lower our calories and stuff because we're little sugar addicts. And so we start believing in the calorie restriction and the fat free foods. Well, it's the fat that regulates our hormones and gets rid of anxiety and depression. And then it screws up our sleep and our circadian rhythm. Well, if you don't sleep, your cortisol goes through the roof and you're even more depressed. And then it just wears you down. And when you're like that, your insulin's higher. I mean, it's just a quicksand. It's just this terrible sinking pit that you get stuck in because everything feeds off of the negative. It's so weird.
Mm. Definitely think there's something into this hormonal imbalance because I used to be, as a kid, very, very shy. Like I couldn't look anybody in the eye. I was always hiding. If I didn't see them, I just thought they couldn't see me. That's
See
the
you.
mentality I had. Yeah, and now here I am. I'm actually in the street talking to people and smiling at everybody. That's not Lindy. I never did that. So where did this come from? This
Yeah.
is,
I know what you
something's
mean.
changed.
I know
Yeah.
you're good. I mean, you were nervous about being on YouTube a while back,
Yeah.
and now you're doing so many interviews, you forget them. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
I forgot I did that interview.
None of
I'm
us ever
responding.
imagined we'd be up
Yeah.
doing this.
No.
This was our
I'm
worst nightmare.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
actually
This is
responding to trolls now, and I'm getting a buzz out of it. It's all Todd's fault.
actually, I told you,
So
come
bring
to
it
the dark side.
on. Yeah, got this new carnival courage and confidence.
Yeah, and
The full
absolutely.
whammy.
And I think it's just we see things like our brains calm down. This is what we've been saying. And you stop looking at yourself like you're this giant problem or enigma or
Mm.
monster or whatever, and you're just like, oh, you see things for what it is. Because I think one of the things that helps us is that you see things in different eyes now. You look across all the people, and it doesn't matter if they're somewhat in a healthy weight range or very big. You see the inflammation, and you see the the depression, and you see kind of the problems on everybody, and it comes in all shapes and sizes, but it's the same disease. It's the same disease we're all fighting. It's our food environment screwed up, and you can see it on people. They can be skinny and miserable, they can be big and miserable. I mean, it doesn't matter. You see the inflammation face, you see your dead eyes, you see the low energy, you see the anxiety and stress and irritability in people, and you're like, yeah, you need bacon and steak real bad,
Yeah.
you know?
And when you
Oh, yeah.
respond to these people, I'm always very calm and very just very nice. I don't have to be nasty. They could be nasty to me, and I'm never nasty back. Just tell it as it is.
Yeah,
And it's just like learn something here.
absolutely. Let's see. Hey, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
definitely go check out Carnivorous Grandma. She's got an awesome YouTube channel. She's doing awesome work over there. Very nice to have you,
And,
Robin.
hi, Robin. And then the very next message, I saw this. It's Robin's 1 year carnivore anniversary. So
Whoa.
congratulations,
Yay!
Robin.
Happy anniversary! Yay! I think
Congratulations,
there's some
Robin.
balloons here.
And Robin, you can put it in the chat, but if you're still here, isn't it amazing how easy it was to make that 1 year? Like when you first start, you think there's no way I'm only eating meat for a
Yeah.
year. And then it goes by and it was like, why was I being such a baby about this? It's the best thing that I ever did. You know what I mean? It's so funny. When is St. Patrick's Day? Is that coming up?
Today. It's today.
Today's St.
Yeah,
Patrick's
is
Day?
it?
Well, why am I not wearing a green hat?
Because you're not Irish. No.
I am Irish.
I know you are.
I know. I'm like 1/8 Irish.
I can just imagine you spray painting your hat.
I know.
green.
I would have had to. I wouldn't have done this one, but I would have had to done it on the Christmas one.
No glitter though, right?
No glitter. Never again. No ever. Well, I mean, unless it pops out of the carpet because it's still under my feet right now because it's not gone. It's not gone. If I shut the lights off in here and I shine a
Sparkles.
flashlight across the floor, yeah, it looks like Neverland carpet over here. Fairy dusted. It's terrible.
You're
Yes.
a joker.
What? No, I'm dead serious all the time. Take me seriously.
Yes.
Oh,
Carnival babies are going to be amazing. They're going to rule the world.
They are, man. Well, they're not going to stand for participation trophies. I can tell you that right now. Participation trophy generation is gone when the carnivore babies hit the world.
Yeah,
gonna be
hopefully
no
they can make
skating.
a difference in the world.
For sure.
Get these, yeah.
Get it under control. I think they definitely will, for sure, in a big
Yeah.
way.
I'm so happy your pain is gone. It's one of the top benefits of carnivore for sure. Optimal health. Yes, absolutely. It's all about being healthy, happy and healthy.
It's about healing, right? We
Healing.
weren't there, and it heals everything. It heals, pain. It heals joints. It heals, it heals hormones and brain chemistry balance, and it heals like anxiety and compulsiveness. I mean, it is these things that feel almost like they transcend even like what a diet could do. But it's weird how when you're healthy, these things all overflow into your actions and your day-to-day life and how you go through life and how you see things, how you relate to people, how much more compassion you have for people, how now people can lose their mind in front of you and you go, oh yeah, you are on some sort of sugar sugar brain fog right now and you're a little bit what do you call it, a little bit underdeveloped. Well, so I mean, yeah, anymore you can kind of see that going on. Go, oh well, yeah, I'm sure you seem well adjusted. Maybe go have some meat, and we'll talk later when you're not crazy.
Yeah, and everyone's got like their own issues, and some may get benefits really early in the day, and then others it may take weeks or even months. So you can't. I hear a lot of people saying, "I've only been carnivore a week and I haven't lost any weight or had any differences." When is my anxiety going to go? Just give it time. Everybody is different. Don't compare your journey to someone else's. Just stick to the plan, keep it simple, and you'll get there.
Give it 90 days.
Yeah, I do, and I don't want it's kind of a telltale sign if you think that eating meat for 90 days is going to be hard. You, sir, are a carb addict. That's what's kind of funny because now I realize I can do anything for 90 days food wise, right? Because I have the freedom. But before, I remember very much thinking that 90 days was like an eternity in the food world because we're so addicted to carbohydrates and that sugar. So it's like, yeah, definitely, definitely think about really put that in perspective, that if you can't, like, you should definitely be able to control your diet for 90 days without it being miserable. And if it's not, that is because it's an addiction. It's not, like if you're putting food in your body and you're getting nourishment, but you can't do it for 90 days a certain way, like, and just not eat something you like for 90 days, that's because it's an addiction. It's not just some
Mm.
normal little, oh, but I really like it. It's an addiction, like drugs, like cigarettes, like those things. Like, you're not having craving, or you're not having hunger cues, you're having cravings, like you're having you want to fix, and that's one
Yeah.
thing that it made me start realizing, it's not normal to not be able to not do something for 90 days. It's got a hold of you if you can't abstain from it for 90 days.
Yeah, it's definitely about the mindset. So you should be going into this thinking long term. This is a lifestyle, not a diet. I don't just get off it when I reach my goal weight, because I'm just going to spiral back to how I was. This is for life. I will get to the stage where I may be able to moderate things, and I think I'm almost there. Like if I have a couple of veg here and there, it's not gonna kill me. But I know that straight next meal is going to be straight carnivore every day. It's going to be very strict, and then if I go out socially, something will slip in, not a problem. And I'm getting to that stage now where I can do that. But this is a lifestyle for me. I need to be strict. Yeah, most
Sure.
of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and definitely.
Yeah.
And you can remember how hard it was for you for those first 30 days and 60 days and 90 days, how hard it was to think about not doing something for that long.
Oh God, it wasn't easy at all. No,
Oh,
but you got to push through it. You
you
have to
do.
push through it, and then it's much easier as you go along.
Right. But
Mhm.
now, anything that you try now, like let's say you wanted to do lion or whatever, like it wouldn't be that hard at all. Like, that you could do it for 90 days easily.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and you might just go, you know what, I'm under eating because I don't like it enough, or you might, but it's going to be a very laid back, like educated decision now if you change something because you're like, you know what, I think I could do better doing this. Like, you can really trust your motives again. Where before the motives were, I'm a sugar crackhead, all it was every time.
Yeah, I'm gonna torture myself and fast for 10 days because I've, just had a major binge,
Yeah,
white knuckle it, and then, lose it after 8 hours and then back into the binging and all those
ab-
terrible cycles. Yeah, but
absolutely,
we're definitely a little bit more laid back and can make better choices now.
for sure. So, Missy,
Hi, Missy. Every time I'm at my grocery store, I see dino ribs. I think of Todd. Hope you're able to get some when you come to Texas.
Missy, as soon as I get there, you point me at them. You take me to the dino ribs. We absolutely, I will buy them. We will cook them, and if your finder's fee will be as many dino ribs as you can eat. Missy, point me at them. I want dino ribs so bad. We can't get them here, and I keep seeing these dino ribs in Texas, and I'm like, how is that not a thing in Montana? We need dino ribs. So definitely, you point me at them. I'll make us all we can eat dino ribs.
I'll be there. Count
For
me in.
sure. Yeah, because I don't know if I told you, Missy, but we're renting a big trailer, offset smoker on a trailer, and we're gonna be smoking food out there for like 7, 8 days. So definitely point us at them. Well, we're gonna have to one of those nights. We're gonna have a few people out there, and definitely you point me at the dino ribs. You can come out and you can tell me if we smoke them good enough to be a Texan or not. We're gonna try to earn our Texas man card out there, Texas barbecue card, anyways.
I lost 70 pounds during the calendars. Way to go, Amy. Excellent.
Awesome.
That is
Awesome.
awesome. Amy knows.
Yeah.
Amy knows exactly
Yeah.
what we're talking about, and she's
She's
talking about the
Amy's a
priming fast.
machine.
She is.
Yeah.
She's the She-Hulk now,
Cheers.
the real She-Hulk.
Oprah special is called Shame, Blame, and the Weight Loss Revolution. Hmm. I'm really busting to see this. When is it on? Is it on
Shame,
Monday?
Tomorrow.
This
blame, and the weight
Monday?
loss revolution.
Oh, tomorrow night?
That's funny because we're doing a shame and guilt talk on an SBG on what is it, Wednesday?
Wednesday. Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
that's funny. It seems to be,
Coincidence.
yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
must have told her. They let her know.
Yeah, probably. They're listening to us, freaking technology.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
The promo I saw about Oprah special was her explaining that there is such thing as a disease, as the disease of obesity.
In my
Yeah.
honest opinion.
Here, I'm reading it about it right now. It says, taped in front of a live studio audience, Winfrey will sit down with medical experts to discuss a variety of weight loss medications, including Ozempic, Wegovy, and all those others.
Why
Well,
weren't we invited? We could talk about carnivore. We
exactly.
need.
Yep. And she's going to
Yeah.
have a bunch of doctors on there. So that's exactly what it's about. And who's eligible to receive the weight loss drugs. And that's what it is. It's big pharma
It's
pushing it.
promotion.
Pharma.
Big
Yes.
pharma.
So that's fine. But it needs to get out there. But the whole Ozempic horse crap and the weight loss drugs,
Not the
it's
answer.
like, whatever. We're going to, because I don't know if you guys realize this, but when you take Ozempic, I was talking to Sean Baker the other day about when you take Ozempic, it actually produces more fat cells, right? So right now we have very full fat cells, like when we have a bunch of weight on us or whatever. But that dang drug actually makes you make more fat cells. And so that the people that are on it, and then it causes some sort of stomach nervous system paralyzation or something that can be permanent, which can cause you to have digestive problems and colon problems and not absorb nutrients. But from what I understand from Sean Baker, he said that if you take that and you get these, and your body starts producing more fat cells, and then you go off of it, you will gain exponentially more weight because now you have way more fat cells to store fat into too. It makes you even gain weight faster and more dramatically. And he goes, it's just a nightmare of a drug. So you have to be on it. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I don't know if it's still this way. But before I started Carnivore, I was in groups on TikTok, and one of them was an Ozempic group. And it totally turned me off of Ozempic because they were talking about all you would hear in these groups. There's bunches of them, and everybody just wanted a coupon code. Everybody just was asking for coupon codes like it was crack. And I was like, what is going on? And as I found out, was that Ozempic does this thing where they give you these coupon codes where you can get the drug for $100 a month for like the first 3 or 4 months. And then after that, you can't get the drug anymore for that because they charge you full price. And full price was $1,500 a month. They went up 1,500% after the coupon code wore out. And what does that sound to you like? To me, that sounds like in the movies where the street drug dealer gives you their best stuff for the cheapest price when they have a new customer to get you hooked. And then they go, okay, now that I got you hooked and you're an addict, it's 1,500% more. And so they give it to these people long enough because they know that people won't try it for $1,500. It's out of most people's budget. But if they give it to them for $100 for 4 months and they lose weight and they make them grow some extra fat cells, then they go, well, I have to figure out how to get the money to get it now, but they're also going to gain all the weight back. And the ones that can't afford it gain back even more. So they have more of an incentive to go back and try to get back on it because they're literally trying to hook these people on it. And it is the most disgusting, just dirty crap I've ever seen in my life. And they're like some of the worst drug dealers. I mean, that is really gross what they're doing. And so the fact that Oprah's over there pushing it is just like,
so low for her.
Yeah.
DC had his birthday and had his first ribeye as cake. Looked so good. Yes, happy birthday, DC. He turned 51 yesterday.
51,
yeah.
holy cow.
51. He doesn't look it, does he?
No, I did not think he was 51. No,
not at all. And
happy birthday, DC.
Happy birthday, man. And I did get your email, and I will be emailing you back. This week was crazy, but I finally got a bunch of work off my desk. And so next week, DC, I'm going to email you back tonight or in the morning, but next week we should set something up. So
we've got a live stream with DC and Dave Mack tomorrow for Aussie Carnivore Connection. I think it's about 7 p.m. Melbourne time, Australia, if anyone's interested. catch the Aussies. She
Oh,
badmouthed beef and cattleman's pseudo prep, but they lost.
but they lost.
Wow.
Yeah, when Oprah was with the cattle stuff, she was bad mounting them, and the cattlemen sued them. That's right.
That's right. She was with the Cattlemen Association or whatever it was.
No, she was against it, and they sued
Against
her.
it? Oh, okay. Well, that figures. Well, then another reason that, yeah.
Not a fan.
Hi,
of Oprah.
Errol.
Howdy.
Yeah. Where can I find chomps in the US?
I get mine at Costco.
At
And
Costco.
they're pretty much everywhere, but I get the chomps in Costco. I love them. And then if I'm feeling a little bit naughty, I get the jalapeno ones. They got a little bit of stuff in them, but I do like the jalapeno ones. They are delicious. They're not the cheapest because they're about $1 a meat stick or something. They're at about $1.50 actually, but they are the best. They are so good, simple ingredients. They taste good and they're just real clean. And my problem is that I'm still compulsive Todd with a big appetite, and there's only 12 sticks in a bag. And I just know that when I get a bag, I'm eating all 12. So it's going. I've just resolved myself to that fact that I'm going to have a meal out of these, and today I'm eating 12 chomps. I don't even have to feel bad about it. These are one serving size, but they're 100 calories a stick, and they have about a 1-to-1 protein to fat ratio. They're very clean, and so I take those down and I add a little bit of fat to them, and it's a meal replacement for me. I really like them.
Definitely good if you're traveling, I guess. You can take them around, pop them in your bag, and
For
done.
sure.
Easy meal.
I guarantee I'll be munching on those on the plane to Austin for sure, because it's like I got a layover and it's going to be like 7 hours, and I'm going to have a hat full of chomps under here.
I'll have to grab one and give it a try because I don't think we can get them here. Haven't seen them.
Nice.
Hi, Paul. I'm trying to get the big picture, the sequence, not just the beginning. Thanks. Is this the priming stuff?
Roll-up priming.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah. For me, I don't do much of the fasting. Every now and then I'll plan a fast, but normally I just eat intuitively, and that automatically just leads me to intermittent fasting. So there's no white knuckling. Just eat when I'm hungry, stop when I'm not, and that's how I do it. But the schedule, the fasting protocol is fantastic if you're wanting to learn about fasting. You can get a lot of benefits from it.
That's a good question. I'll let you guys go first. I think everybody knows my answer, but I'll let you guys go first.
What's your
I can
favorite
show you-
carnivore food? If you could only. Oh, okay.
I can show you pictures of Todd's favorite food.
Exactly. It's this one's easy, and there's no questioning my motives. But how about yours, Lindy? What's your favorite?
I do like that tomahawk that I had, but that's not that was a once-off lifetime
Yeah,
opportunity
but
at
if
that
you
price.
can only have one, like if you're stuck on a desert island, and what would it be?
Yeah, if the price wasn't an option, I'd go for like the ribeye or tomahawk for sure. Yeah.
For me, I gotta say it's a ribeye. Not that I have them a lot, but ribeye.
Let's see. Hold on.
Here comes pictures. Here comes pictures. Let's.
Back to our live stream a couple of weeks ago. No, I wouldn't eat you guys. I'd rather go vegan. Eat the plants.
If I had to guess,
Yeah.
what my favorite food?
I wonder what Todd's favorite could be.
It just might be ribeye. Yeah,
look how thick they are. They're so
they're
big.
wonderful.
I've never had a stick like that. That thick. You should see how thin mine are.
Yeah, ours are pretty thin.
Thin steaks make me so angry. I'm like, why are people doing this to perfectly good meat? Like, you got to have big fatties. You got to have the big fatties, and because they cook so much better, right? If they're too thin, it's hard to get the sear on the outside that you want without.
And then ends up, and your inside ends up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, those. Yeah, that's my steaks. That I love those things so much. Ooh. You guys are making me hungry. Great question, but yeah, definitely. Yeah. And by the way, that was one meal that day for me. Took down 4 of them like a beast.
Wow. So good.
Delicious. Yep, and that's after I cut them up and put the pickled jalapenos on them, little Tabasco. Mwah. That's a work of art right there. I'll tell
Hope
you what.
nobody's fasting.
No, I know what I'm doing after this live stream, though. I'm going to be cooking some ribeyes with some pickled jalapenos on it. You better believe that right now.
And he also has flanking steaks too.
Yeah, those are the flanking ribs. Yeah,
Oh, I want
flanking
to
ribs,
try
yeah.
those. Yeah, my
those
butcher
are
won't
delicious.
cut them like that.
Those look really good. Yeah, those look really good.
So good. So good. Did you show them the meat chili, the brisket chili?
Oh, that looked good.
Let me see. I think I got that picture. Hold on. Here we
So,
go.
Todd, when's this cooking channel happening?
I know
It's
if
starting this week.
I'm gonna do it probably. Yeah, this new coming week definitely. I'm gonna put it up because I was gonna do it this week, but I ended up going out in the real world. So
Oh, that's
yeah.
important too. So, yeah,
Yeah, but yeah,
that
this
looks
is
so good.
that is delicious. That's brisket chili. I sous vide that for 84 hours, and then I chop it up and uh, I'm doing a little bit of a twist on it now because I'm making it birria chili. So it's gonna have the birria taco consomme and the 84-hour sous vide brisket. But that's gonna be freaking. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be real good. So that might give me a run for the money on my favorite food from brisket. I think the only or from ribeye. I think the only thing can make it better is if you were gutsy enough to make a ribeye chili, like a ribeye consomme chili. That might top it. That might be better. But I have to see. But yeah,
I
coming
like
soon
more gravy. I love lots of gravy on mine too.
for sure. It's so good. Let's see. I lost my. Oh, here we go.
Overrated.
Definitely
Okay.
Missy. I 110% agree with you.
Five Guys is definitely very expensive, and by the time you just order the patties, you end up feeling like there wasn't enough value for money.
For sure. No, it's
Yeah.
like you can't be a carnivore and eat at Five Guys because the burgers themselves are too expensive. You kind of get your value out of all because you can put unlimited toppings on it and you get those ridiculous bags of awesome French fries for free and they have all the peanuts in there and stuff. So that's all cool that you can get all that stuff. But as a carnivore, if you're just getting meat, like it's not worth it, right? Because you can for the price of one whatever one burger in there that you have them hold everything the non-carnivore stuff. You could have went and bought 2 pounds of ground beef at the store and made it yourself and had 10 times as much. So yeah, I agree, it's silliness. I had some friends ask me where I eat out carnivore and I'm like, no place, because nobody
Yeah.
cooks carnivore like I cook carnivore. And it makes me mad because when you go waste all this money to have somebody else cheap out on a steak on you and cut it too thin and then fry it in seed oil. It's just like, I'm not paying you $60 for that piece of crap or even 40. I'll go make for $40, I can make about 3 of those thick ribeyes there. Way better deal than going out and having somebody screwed up. And then if they don't hire top brass at these places, a lot of them are just young kids and stuff that are cooking now, and they'll ruin a perfectly good piece of meat. Overcook it. It's like blasphemy. So yeah,
Yeah.
I totally agree about Five Guys that way for sure. I just think that as a whole, their food's better than In and Out. But I
Hi,
think
all. What does priming mean? We should do a little community post about it.
we should. I'll give you the 5-second recap because you probably already heard it. But basically, priming is when you eat with a purpose to renourish your body so that you fill in the deficit, the malnourishment deficit that you've been in from eating, highly palatable, high carbohydrate, but nutriently deficient foods for so long. So priming is basically healing your body it's like taking your medicine, but through food. You really got to pack it down for quite a while, and it's healing your body. That's what priming is.
And don't worry about your scale during priming.
Nope.
Yeah. Focus is healing. Hi, Adam. Todd, that guy you hired to take photos of you for your promo ad for fireworks this year got leaked. I emailed it to you. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Do you know what that's about? Is he frozen? Or is
No, I'm trying to think what he means.
The hamster's running on the wheel.
I was like, there's no movement at all. Did he
The guy you
break?
hired to take photos of you for the promo.
I'm sure it's some funny picture.
All right, I'm gonna have to pull it up. Hold on.
Adam didn't take your photos, did he?
No, that's what I was trying to think. There we
Came
go.
up with some picture.
Thanks, Adam. You know, it looks very very accurate, Adam. Yeah, but I think they did leak it. Hold on.
Ah. Love it.
That's still a few years down the road for you, Todd.
That's it. I told them that's awesome. I told everybody that Baker. I'm gonna my 3-year plan is that I'll be walking down the street and somebody's gonna go, "Is that Sean Baker?" Like,
We can all dream, right?
exactly. That's awesome.
Oh,
That's
thank
funny.
you.
She is. She always is.
For sure. She's got the carnivore glow.
Hi, Daryl.
Hey,
Hello
Daryl.
from New Orleans. Still recovering from oral surgery, but wanted to say hi to everyone. Oh, feel
Not-
better soon.
Not fun when you're a carnivore having oral surgery or tooth problem.
No.
That's a rough one, man. Gosh. Yeah, well, heal up and then get to chomping because you need those things in good condition for sure.
Yeah, eggs are good when you're suffering.
For sure.
Hi, Adam. I couldn't get my mum to do low carb, but she was doing great on carb backloading until my twin sister passed away. Ultra processed foods are her friends now. Shame to think I won't have her in life. Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah.
There's still time. She may snap out of it, But after I lost mum, I really fell off the bandwagon, just lost all my motivation and will. But it did take me a few years, but I got there in the end. So don't give up on her.
Yeah, for sure. It is. I honestly think that our best persuasive tactic is just to do it ourselves and be examples, because
Yeah.
if you just do it and and you don't shove it down anybody's throat, but it's always there as an example, and then you just start looking vibrant and happy, and they see the carnivore glow like on Lindy, and just to see the life back in your eyes, and they see you doing things with energy and enthusiasm, that's infectious, right? People want to know what that's about. They knew you when you had that dead eyes and just fully completely depressed, and there's just something about you when you're so sick that you don't even want to be here anymore. That comes out in everything, in your appearance, and when you're around people, they all feel it, they see it, they know it. When that goes away, that's nothing short of a miracle to get your life back like that, and people will see it and they will want to know how you did it. And then
Yeah.
where it really opens the door. But then we just got to remember that they're just like we were, where it takes them a while to get through it. They all think, well, I need to ease into this, and it's almost never the case, I don't think, because maybe it is, I don't know, I can't really tell, because I did it too. I thought I was easing into it through carnivore or through ketovore, but I didn't get free until I went very, very strict, so I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I do know the main answer is just never giving up and just keep taking runs at it till you finally get to the point where you get over the hump and you get free, and then it's like it's quite like the Matrix, like you just got unplugged from the Matrix and you see everything for the first time,
Yep.
and you really start understanding what's working against us, and then you're like, okay, all right, we got to tell everybody. You know, so
The UN classifies depression as a mental illness, which is far from true. The root cause is imbalance in the gut microbiome, which makes our neurotransmitters and
matters.
sends them to the brain. Yeah.
That makes total sense, man. And I know that that has a lot to do with the fat too, because man, all that was all it took was 2.5 weeks for
Yeah.
me of eating ribeyes seared in butter was all it took to cure, no joke, 30 years of anxiety and depression, like almost immediately, like most miraculous, quick turnaround that I've ever felt in my life. It was incredible. So I believe it.
Yeah. Hi, Danelda. Hi, guys. Coming on late. Was out in the mall with friends. Lovely, guys. Oh, good job. Did you
Awesome.
buy anything?
For
Danelda
sure.
has a fan. Yeah, she's doing so well on Carnivore. She's looking fantastic.
She's looking amazing. I saw that new picture of
Yeah.
her. I was like, holy cow, you look 20 years younger.
Yeah, she's doing so
Awesome.
well. So
So
proud of
good.
you, Danelda. Hi, Matt. Todd, when are you going to start the cooking videos? Kitchen
Next
update.
week, promise. Next week, promise. We're going to start simple with some steaks and move into some like brisket chili, and we're just going to go for it. But yeah, next week, promise. I had to get some big projects off my desk, and I finally did. And then I decided to be going out there like a youngster again and people this weekend. So, but next week for sure, got to get it going.
Beautiful. What did you think of Dr. Baker's mentioning your successors again this morning? I think that was the
Oh,
eye.
the eye thing. Yeah, that was very cool. Yeah, I just like that it's getting out there, right? Because I think he must have, I didn't talk to him about it or anything, but I think he must have put that out there because it was something that shows that carnivore does not just mass symptoms like you were saying in that video, but it actually reverses things. You can heal. I just had a comment this morning, and this guy goes, what do you mean your congestive heart failure reversed itself? And so I asked this question directly to Sean Baker and to Ken Berry before, and they said, because I said, look, my heart congestive heart failure seems to have completely reversed itself, but I have all these comments saying that congestive heart failure, once you have it for forever. And both those doctors said that that's nonsense, that congestive heart failure reverses itself all the time. And Carrie Mann at Homestead Howe had congestive heart failure, and it reversed his congestive heart failure. So I don't have documentation yet because I haven't went to go get the echocardiogram to see my heart. But I'm telling you, all the symptoms went away. All the fluid retention and fluid gain that I was having, the tightness in my chest, the weird palpitations, just and the high resting heart rate, and all these things that I was having problems with, it's all gone. So I have zero symptoms of it left. So I fully suspect that it's gone, but I will get this summer. I'm planning on going. We're going to get blood tests for KetoCon, and I'm going to get an echocardiogram and prove it that it's gone, because I know I don't have any issues with that whatsoever anymore. In fact, my heart and my relationship between my heart, lungs, and oxygenation of my blood is better than it was when I was 18, and that's provable. I don't have one here, but I use those pulse ox sensors just to see what my blood oxygen levels are.
Right.
And it was always 88%. Now it's 96 to 97% as I sit here. And it was down in the 70s after COVID, and I was on oxygen, and I'm completely off all the oxygen. I also had sleep apnea. That was one thing I was going to bring up. I finally stopped using my CPAP, even though I thought I could. I was still using it because I was used to the cycle of falling asleep with it. Yeah, I haven't used my CPAP in 2 months. Sleeping like a baby.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I haven't even put it
Lovely.
on. Yep.
Yeah.
So
I don't use my CPAP anymore.
yeah, it's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. So It absolutely these, and so I like that because I think what Sean was using that because that was a message from my optometrist that
Optometrist.
was showing that from the diabetic retinal edema was healing up,
Mhm.
and so I like that Sean posted that because I think it is good to show. I hate doctors going. Sorry, I hate going to the doctors so much that I just don't do it. And so I don't go like I just could care less, right? Like I've just kind of written it off. Like unless I have a bone sticking out or blood shooting out of my neck or something, I'm just not going to the doctor, right? Because I don't believe in it anymore. I just do not like this. And I'm starting to change my mind because even Ken Berry said, you should probably go get your thyroid checked again because he's like, that's an extreme amount of weight. And I do have some sort of when I fast, I get hoarse in the throat and I kind of lose my voice, which could definitely be still some thyroid issues. So he wants me to go get my thyroid checked again. So I probably will do that, but only because Dr. Baker or Dr. Ken Berry said so. Pretty much nobody on this planet could talk me into going to the doctor other than Ken Berry. So because he said, I was like, all right, it must be important. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna go check
I'm
that
the
out.
same. I just had a blood test last Friday, and that was another Innisfree. I was able to sit in the blood test chair and just slip right in and not have to squeeze my butt into it, or because with the arms, they're very narrow seats, and if you've got a big butt, you don't really fit in them. The first time they gave me this little chair, and because I couldn't fit in the chair at all, and I had to have all my weight on my legs because I was scared if I sat right in the chair, I'd snap it. It was so flimsy. So, yeah, I had the blood test. I get the results on this Friday. So, just for my thyroid as well, because I'm on medication. I'm hoping I can eventually get rid of my medication. That's the plan, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah. And I'm getting a heart scan. I have to book in after this call and try and get that done this week to see whether I can have my skin surgery. So that'll be good. Another indicator. See how
Here's
things are going.
cross because I can't wait for you to get that skin surgery. Like I look forward to that so much myself because I know what it's like. All this stuff, you lose it and it ends up in your lap, and then you still can't wear flat shirts
Yeah.
because you got this spare tire, and I hate it so much. And so I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to see you get that because I know what an it's not like this terrible thing, but it's so annoying.
No.
It
It's
just
just annoying. Yeah. It definitely is annoying.
yeah.
But like I can live with it if it doesn't go ahead. That's not a problem. But if I can get rid of it, it'll just make my quality of life a little better.
I know a cheeky fellow that's definitely going to run a GoFundMe if they don't cover that with insurance because there's no way you get to lose 530 pounds or whatever you're at and not get to take it all the way home. Like if you do that without, the Ozempics and all that stuff with just hard work, you deserve to have that off there. So we are going to run
No.
a helpful campaign and I'm not taking no doing it.
I can
And
no.
yeah, I know you say no, but I
No.
understand that. But oh yes, yes, it's happening.
I can sell my car and then that's the surgery covered. So easy done.
Yeah, one surgery it takes like three, and we all know that. And no, there's we will. I will sell funny T-shirts or something first. We'll get it figured out. That is happening. That is happening.
Healing
does.
definitely takes time. Yeah, it
Absolutely,
does.
yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
Laura's back. Okay, the carnival snacks shut down today.
So that is a
Yeah,
real
it's
thing.
sad. I was looking forward to trying them when I come to visit you guys in Texas. So if anyone's got a bag of the crispy skin ones, save them for me.
Absolutely.
Just so I can say I tried them.
No joke. I've never tried them even.
I never
Oh, thanks, Amy.
See ya,
We appreciate
Amy.
you coming. Have a good pump. Lift heavy things. She always
She
says
will.
that. Lifts heavy things. She will. She
She
kills it.
does. Yep, she does.
Hi, Diana. I have my 1 year anniversary tomorrow. Yay.
That's awesome.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Fantastic.
I'm loving this because that's now her and Robin. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of people making it. We've only been doing this 6 months. And so,
Well,
I mean, people are making it. It's
Yeah.
not impossible at all. People are making it, I'm loving this.
I'm sure at the start they all thought, how am I going to survive a year of this?
just
And
like all of us, we didn't think we'd make it.
Exactly. It was
yeah.
just, for me, it was a Hail Mary. Like, I don't know, hope this works. Another thing, pays you back.
Hi Sandra. I started perfect amino acid this week. Took first 5 and the Mongols went straight through me. Didn't even stop to say hi. Now I take them across the day. Did you find this?
I
Oh,
did not
okay.
actually, but that's crazy.
No.
I did not have that problem at all, actually.
And when I took them, I had no.
Yeah. Maybe just start with one tablet and see how you go and then increase
Yeah.
it.
What's that doctor that they did an interview with, Raymond and Emily?
Dr. Regina something.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
a link
Dr.
to it.
Regina, when she said that, she did say in there that some people
People.
will have a hard time with them, and she said you have to wean onto them, starting off like 3 pills a day, 4 pills a day. But it sounds like some people, for whatever reason, have a reaction to them, and you have to wean onto them to get used to them. So that you sound like you might be one of those people.
I got that video. I'll post a link to it for Sandra.
Yeah, give that a
Definitely will.
watch. But again, we're all different, aren't we? So we just need to find what's going
Everybody
to work
reacts
for us.
differently. That's right.
Who knew
Yeah.
between 7 billion people on the earth that there might be some
We'd be
nuances?
different.
I know. Well, that's why and I'm not saying anything with about that. I think about that all the time when these people say it's impossible to weigh 700 pounds, or it's impossible to do this, or if you just do a calorie restricted diet. I'm like, if I've learned anything, it's the fact that there's so many people on this earth, and health and life is such a complex, thing, that of course it makes sense that there's a lot of differences between people, and people are having a lot of different issues that take different angles. But it doesn't mean they don't exist because it didn't exist in your world. You know what I mean? It's out there.
It's like the saying, expect a miracle. Like, I'm expecting miracles. I lost 500 pounds. Isn't that a miracle? Like,
Exactly.
who would have thought that was possible?
Right. And then
Miracles do happen.
there's these pinheads out there that'll say, yeah, but you didn't do it through calorie restricting or whatever. You didn't do it right. And so
No, I obviously did it wrong.
yeah, it's like, okay, that's like saying, you won the lottery the wrong way or something stupid. You know what I mean? It's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, does it really matter? Like
Look at those people beating cancer. It's impossible. How can you? And there's DC just celebrated his 51st birthday yesterday. He wasn't
exactly
supposed to make it till past 39.
Right.
And he's, lifting weights and out in the gym, doing all sorts of stuff.
incredible.
Yeah, miracle. Another miracle.
Absolutely. It's amazing. Whoa, what? Did I just click on the wrong thing?
30 years ago, Oprah was worried about mad cow disease spreading because the cattle operations were processing ill cattle.
I got you. That's what it was. Did she say 30 years ago? She did. Man, that makes me feel older.
You were only 10.
Yeah, I thought it was like 10 years ago. Wow. That's terrible.
Years go fast.
Lindy, how long have you been on carnivore to lose so much weight? I'm new to your page. Your weight loss is amazing. I've been carnivore 2 years and nearly 3 months.
3 months. Yeah.
Yeah. So
awesome.
it is. It's a lot. No, it's not all fat. A lot of water weight. I had a lot of lymphedema in my body. So a big part of that was obviously water weight.
Yeah, but that's another thing that just grinds my gears when people are like, you lose that much fat as water. And it's like, I don't care. I was 700 pounds and it was holding me
still
down.
weight.
Right.
Still weight. That's right.
Yeah. And it's like, we are, we're beings that are something like what, 86% water. And you didn't think, I never said that I lost, 262 pounds of fat. I said I lost 262 pounds. And I don't care what composition that it came off in, What I'm excited about is that I can breathe, I can walk, things don't hurt. I'm not falling through, furniture anymore. I'm not breaking beds anymore. Like, it's just like, who cares? Like, what kind
I
of weird
know.
argument is that to go, doesn't count because some of it was water? It's like, shut up. These
Still
people.
stuck in your body. I don't
No,
understand these people.
I don't either. It's like,
Yeah.
holy crap, what a bunch of mental midgets. It's just incredible.
And if
Oh,
they've got their stuff together, just move along, go and find someone else to annoy. But we're here sharing our stories to reach the people that need to hear this. That
Right.
there's a way out that can get their lives back. So, we're not going to shut up. We're going to keep talking and hoping to reach those people. So, yeah.
absolutely.
Look at that fire in Lindy, man.
Yeah, I know. It's going after. This is what I'm saying. She's got the carnivore confidence and she's
I
just amped up.
know.
She's getting all the hormones from the eggs and stuff. She's just like a gear cycle. She's getting roid rage. Like roid rage.
Carnivore rage. Yeah, it's good.
That's your fault.
It's
Hi,
what needs to
Moni. Sorry, go on.
What's the difference between ribs and flanking ribs? So ribs are cut the long way with the bone. Flanking ribs are cut across the bone, so you get little skims. And what's fun is you can put those in a slow cooker or a pressure cooker, even, and you can actually eat the little bones. They'll crumble, and you can eat them right up.
all the bone marrow. Yep.
Yep,
Oh,
all
a
the bone
marrow.
marrow. Yeah.
Oh,
So if you
okay.
cook them, if you don't, you can cook. You can eat around them if you don't cook them for a real long time. But you can actually cook those long enough that you can eat through the bone. But I just love all the cartilage and fat in it. They're just a really enjoyable cut of meat. But they're same things. They're still ribs. They're just cut the opposite way into thin little strips. But I love them. My dog loves them too. I like it because I'll eat some of the bone, but then I'll leave the bones, and my dog will eat the heck out of the bones. She loves them.
People were sincerely mad at me for throwing it away. I had several threats and a spam box full. Ozempic is trash and should go in the trash or to a diabetic that it was intended for.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
Absolutely. There he is.
Happy birthday.
Yep. Happy birthday, DC.
Happy birthday, DC. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We got to get something scheduled. I'll shoot you a message or something and just give you my phone number and we can text back and forth or whatever and kind of schedule something. I really hate emails. We'll get it put together.
Todd, have you tried pickled eggs
Oh yeah.
in Frank's wing sauce? Okay.
Oh, pickle them in Frank's hot sauce? No, I have not, but that sounds
Be
like an
good.
amazing idea. Where's that been
Cooking
all my
channel
life?
coming up.
That sounds good. I'm gonna have to look and see because I know that Raymond loves Frank's Red Hot Sauce, and so I think it's good stuff for you. Like I don't think there's anything bad in it because Raymond uses it.
No, there's nothing in there. Yeah.
So yeah, pickling the eggs in Frank's Red Hot Sauce, that might be a genius idea. That might really be a genius idea. All right, we're gonna no, I have not, but I'm about to. I guess that's the answer to that. That sounds like a great idea.
Hi, Milkmaid. I'm down 85 pounds, lots of fasting, but today's the first I've heard of priming. 2 videos now. Can you cover it or point me to a good video of it?
First, congratulations on losing that 85 pounds. That's awesome.
Yeah, fantastic. Huzzah.
Yeah, very well done. There's not exactly a bunch of videos that say everything about it because fasting, you'd have to see it. It's kind of a protocol of stepping up, but I mean, the general idea about it is to just eat with a purpose. Like you eat past what sounds counterintuitive, but you eat healthy carnivore foods till you're over full and you keep doing it and you eat ahead. And a lot of what it does is it renourishes the body, but also for new carnivores, it helps them lose all the cravings. It gets rid of all the sugar cravings and all the stuff because you eat through all the cravings and you just give your body a ton of you're full all the time. You give your body a ton of nutrients that it can start healing with. And the idea is that a healthy body, a nourished body is going to start releasing the toxins and the weight that's in your body. It's going to start taking care of it, cleaning it out. And then to help that along, once you're nourished, you can fast, but you have a nourished fast, which is way better, right? Because your body's way healthier. There's way less stress. It's not white knuckling anything. It's all good stuff. But the best possible way to learn that is to do it in a carnivore community with a fasting and priming program, which is which is the SBG gang, the Steak and Butter gang, which is what we go to, and you can do their challenges and stuff. So I definitely recommend that. Do we have a link for that we can put in the?
I'm posting it right now.
Thank you so much.
How long is the average priming stage? 2.5 months, still not full of energy. Weight dropped first month, but not moving now.
That's exactly what happened to me. It happened at 7 months with me, but you stall out, and it's usually you're under eating. Happens almost every time. And if you're especially, energy dropping and weight stall both scream under eating and being malnourished. And so, I mean, for some people, so for me, priming was really about 5 months. But for some people, Bella primed for like 7 months or something, I think 7 or 8 months. Some people only have to prime for like 3 months. It really depends on how deficient you are and how well you do the priming and how long it takes your body. I felt pretty primed after just like 3 months, but then I also quit a Copenhagen habit, which put me back in it for 2 months to get through the nicotine habit. And so that's why I kind of double primed. But I mean, it just made everything like so much of things healed in my body. Like I said, my hair came back, my vision got a lot better, my eyebrows grew back, my lymphedema got a lot better. Got lost. I gained like I forget what it was now, like 19 or 20 pounds or something. I forget how much actually stuck. I think after I did some fasting, I think it ended up being a net gain of like 11 or 12 pounds. But I lost 2 shirt sizes while I was doing it. So it's not fat, as you're just you're changing out dense muscle for fat. So it's a composition change. It's just different, So but definitely I would definitely check out the Steak and Butter Gang, and it's going to kind of be individual, and that's why it's so good to be in a community, because if you're having any problems with it, everybody's a little bit different, and it's really good to be around like-minded people, a group of people that are all going through the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
And you can kind of learn from each other and feed off each other, and the coaches, have really good answers of what's going on, because I've seen it so many times. Because I mean, they've had thousands of people go through this protocol successfully,
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely can help troubleshoot.
For sure.
Thank you, guys. It wouldn't have happened without you guys. I love all 3 of you and think what you're doing to help others is amazing. Thanks, Danelda.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Danelda. You're doing amazing.
That's why we do this.
And Danelda is a success story of priming right there,
Yes, yes. There are also people who are reversing their high CAC scores too.
Absolutely. That's incredible.
I kind of wish I had one of those scans before, but they'd be able to stick me in a machine or anything anyway. So, I wouldn't be able to see if I've improved there.
New here.
Hi.
New here. Can you please tell me about yourselves? Well, we were all over 700 pounds, basically, is the long story short. And I've been carnivore for going on 15 months and down about 265 pounds. Lindy, amazingly enough, she's down. What are you down now?
Around 500. I don't know. I don't know figures because I don't know what I weighed because my scale just said error.
But she's down over 500 pounds now, and 26 months you've been doing carnivore.
23.
Well, no, because 2 years is
months.
20. No, because 2 years is 24 months plus your 2 years and 2 months. So that's 26 or 27 months.
Well,
Right?
she started January.
I started January.
So she's
That's
March.
3 months
Almost.
already.
It's almost 4 months more. So almost.
So that'd be 28 months. Okay, but yeah, that's all I was saying. Because
Todd's
Oh,
right,
months.
28 months. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Almost
Sorry.
28 months. Yeah, you confused us there for a second from jumping.
Oh,
months.
I was doing.
Yeah, I know what you were doing.
You're doing months.
But
Okay.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
almost 28 months for Lindy. Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got you where we're at. Okay, and then you've been doing it for 8 months or 7 months?
8 months.
8 months.
Actually, 8 months yesterday.
Oh, that's
Yay.
awesome.
So yeah, today's the 17th. So
Yeah, so you're 8 months in and you're down like what, 160 or something?
160 or so. Yeah, give or take a
Yeah,
little bit. My legs fluctuate with the fluid that I'm dealing with, and my weight goes up and down. But I'm not worried about the weight right now. I'm worried about healing, and I know that it's all going to work out. Just stay
Yes.
focused and stay on track, and that's all that matters.
perfect.
Scale don't control my life anymore.
Exactly. And that's the biggest thing is the weight is fun and great, but it's the strength, the healing, the freedom from sugar addiction and food. Food doesn't control us anymore.
That's life changing right there.
Yeah, and like the weight's a matter of time now because there is no eating disorders anymore. There's no addictions anymore. So the weight is all going to take care of itself because now we're eating the proper human diet, just like it's supposed to be. So that's the short story for you. But we all have YouTube channels, and you can go check out our stories and our previous
And
episodes. And
if
stuff.
you watch the intro at the start of all of our shows, you can see where we all came from.
Yeah, and you can go to our channels and get instant playback all these episodes at the beginning, and you'll see how we started and how we got here. So
Hmm. And just looking at our earlier videos, you can see how we've transformed in just those few months that we've been
Just
doing
over
it.
a few months. Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Do you guys use sleep trackers? Turns out I get better sleep than I thought. No, I don't have one.
I never tried one yet.
I
I
got a
hear
Mm,
about
Fitbit,
them.
and I usually charge it up. Man.
Huh.
yeah. But I do find like I never slept a lot anyway, and I still don't sleep a lot, but the quality of sleep is much better because I used to get up and I'd feel, yeah, pretty flat still, but I bounce out of bed now. I feel alert and I'm ready to start my day. So definitely quality sleep is much better for me. I have a bigger incentive to start carnivore. I just had a slight right-sided heart cath for my pulmonary hypertension. Got the results that it has gotten even worse.
No better time.
No better
Yeah.
time, man. Hypertension, like, just so you know, 14 months ago, my resting heart rate was 107 beats a minute. And now, even at, 400 and, 78 to 485 pounds, depending on the day, my resting heart rate is 68 beats a minute now. And I've never had a resting heart rate in my entire life since, I was 600 pounds when I was 14. I was always over 100 beats a minute my entire life, and it's now 68 beats a minute. That
Big
tells you
difference.
right there, that hypertension is it literally is a chemical thing, right? It's our hormones. We can fix those things. So you
Yeah.
definitely owe it to yourself.
Definitely follow Dr. Philip Avadia. I think his channel is I Fix Hearts. He's a heart surgeon, so he'll have a lot of information there too. But
Yeah,
he's a carnivore himself as well.
for sure.
So glad I'm not the only person not interested in bacon.
Now we're gonna have to start our support group so that we're not outliers anymore.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, the Carnivore Crisps company, are they still in business? Were they attacked? It was just the snacks people,
Just the
wasn't it?
snacks.
The snacks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Carnivore
So
Crisp
why
was.
would they go after one and not the other? That seems
Oh,
odd.
they got to start someplace, and so they found, they probably just picked something, probably a smaller group, or I don't know. They found something about them that they don't like, and that they're going after them. And who knows? They probably figured it was a good place to, the government always loves to try to take something that they can manipulate and say, oh, because of this very scary reason, now we have to start a new regulation and that's going to affect all these companies. We're just going to have to put all these little independent, terrible, dangerous people. Besides, they're using beef and that's ruining the ozone. It's an attack on beef. They've been attacking farmers, they're attacking people that are, making any kind of headway with the beef system. They do not want people getting healthy on red meat. They want to try to control it. They cannot manipulate people's health unless they can control the beef, because beef is too effective at healing people. And they haven't really figured out how to screw it up efficiently enough yet, like they have, everything else. Like they have the chicken. They screwed up the chicken, but they haven't figured out how to do it to the beef yet. So they're trying to get rid of it.
Hi, Elaine. I joined SPG for a couple of months, but could not get into the priming fasting protocols. I always felt like a failure. Listening to your experiences makes me want to try the group again. Thank you. Yeah, that's me. I couldn't do the fasting, and I still struggle to do the fasting 2 years later. I did manage a 5-day fast, and yeah, that was really cool, but I still struggle even now. But I joined the group and I just listened to the coaches, their motivational speeches, and just listening to the community. It keeps me inspired. It keeps me on track, just keeping carnivore. I did leave the group for a little while, and I found my mind started to wander, and I was losing my way again. So being in the community just keeps me inspired to keep doing what I'm doing. So you don't need to follow the fasting protocols, but I still learned so much just by sitting in the meetings, listening to other people's experiences, and I resonate with a lot of what people say, and it helps me in my journey. So I get a lot of benefit just from listening in. So
Absolutely.
that's
And
my experience.
the priming might take you a year, like it depends on how far gone you were. It depends on how your metabolic system, how long it takes to heal. This is also individual. Some people take a year or more to get to the point where they're healthy enough to fast. This isn't, and there is no standard protocol for every person. Like everybody is literally different. So yeah, don't ever feel bad about it. Just all that it's about, to me, exactly like Lindy said, is that it keeps me hyper focused on what's important, and to be around like minded people that are doing the same thing and keeping you reminded that you got to nourish your body, that we're coming from a deficit, that we have healing to do. Carnivore is about healing, it's not about weight loss. And all these people think carnivore is weight loss. That's an awesome benefit to it, and it's helpful, but it's about healing with the proper human diet. And that's what SBG teaches, and that's why we love it so much, because it's a group of people that are just trying to get healthy by healing our body with meat. You know what I mean? And so it's just really good to be in a community of like-minded people.
Yeah. Carnival crisps are still in business. Carnival snacks is the one going through issues. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, the
Sister.
It's Lindy's twin.
Who's Lindsay? Yeah.
She's your twin.
It's your alter ego.
The guys call me that when they're in a mood. Yeah, I love my rebounder. I bought it because my vibration plate under my desk is kind of broken, and I needed something else. And I thought, instead of investing in another vibration plate, I wanted to escalate my movement and do something a little different. And I came across the rebounder on YouTube, and it has a lot of benefits. It just gives me a little bit more of a variety with exercises. They say, I think NASA did a whole bunch of tests on it, and they say 5 minutes of rebounding is the equivalent of 20 minutes of walking. And I thought, that sounds awesome. I can just jump on that for 5 minutes, and it doesn't have to be a crazy jump. My feet don't actually leave the mat. It's just a gentle bounce. And it's really good if you have lymphedema, just to get the lymphatic system pumping, because it's the only thing in your body that doesn't have its own pump. So you need movement to get that lymph fluid moving. And I just, jump on it every morning. I get up 5 minutes, and then because I do a lot of I work a lot at my computer, if I get up and go to get a drink or go to the toilet, before I sit down, I do another 5 minutes. And that's now become my new routine. So I could be jumping on that for 5 minutes 5-6 times a day, easy. And if you think that's 5-6 times worth of 20-minute walks, I get a lot of time back and I'm getting the same benefits. I think that's a win. And the fluid in my body's gone. Like I'm not swollen like I used to be. There's a lot of benefits. Yeah. So
Awesome.
tune in tomorrow. Me and Emily have got a live stream about 7 p.m. EST, was it?
p.m. Central Time, so it'll be 8:15 Eastern Time.
Yeah. So we'll be talking all about rebanding and what benefits we've had and what we do. You can ask your questions in there. So you can learn more about it there.
That's awesome. I'll be turning in because I got to get one of those.
I'll be there. The only problem is the weight capacity on the rebounders is not that high.
Our Hodgepodge Homestead YouTube channel has a pickled eggs in Frank hot sauce.
Definitely check that out.
Nice.
And I posted the link to the video on it too.
Oh,
Yay.
nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm checking that out after the show. Try.
The US has lost 107,000 ranchers in 12 years.
Yep, that's an attack on them, man. They're trying to own government, and the powers that be want to own all the rights to all seeds of food and all the meat. They want to own our food to control us. Yep. And they want to be able to tell us what we get to eat so that they can control how sick we are or how healthy we are, because that's how they're going to control us. You can't control healthy, free people, So that's
they want us all sick.
Simple. They want us all sick. Simple. With the Ohio State government, yep, for sure.
Hi,
Kimberly.
Hey, Kimberly.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. I'm guessing it was here yesterday for us. I didn't even know.
Let's see.
Yoga. The yoga, dear.
Yeah, I'm still doing it. Not great. I'm doing it about twice a week, pretty much on the weekends when I have a little bit more time. I haven't been getting it in I basically weightlifting kind of overtook me. I can't, for some reason, I just naturally enjoy that. But I am still trying to do the yoga mainly for just mobility and stretching. But I can tell you what, as sore as my legs are right now, I'm going to be doing a lot of that this week to try to fix these sore hamstrings. So I'm going to be doing that for sure. But yeah, I'm still doing it, and I do enjoy it. So for sure. There we go. I think
if it's
comments.
If all it has is the Frank's hot sauce in it, then I can't see it being that bad. I'm not sure. Let's see if they got a recipe listed quick for it if they show.
Yeah. And you can always swap out ingredients if you don't like something. So it's just something to start with, isn't it?
Should be an idea.
Absolutely. Oh, and we want to do a shout out to DC Learning to Live and Adam at Carnivore Today. And John.
I'll post the links.
John at Big Man, Alaska, that were in here. And then we also have
Christy from Medic Wellness.
She was in. Yep, she was in. And then what was that homestead channel? Hobo, what was it?
Hodgepodge Homestead.
Hodgepodge Homestead. That's another. So I just wanted us going through, making sure we didn't miss anybody. Definitely let us know if we missed anybody that's got a YouTube channel that wants a shout out. Definitely feel free to throw it out there. Let's see. Should we open it up? I think we actually caught up on.
There we are.
Caught up on. All right, here we go. We are going to post the live link in there if you want to come say hi. We got about 25 minutes of show left. So if you guys want to come come visit and say hi or promote your channel, here is the link. Why did that not go to all the channels?
It did.
Oh, there we go. On my screen only did one. Come on out or come on, click on that link and come say hi. And if you have any questions or you want to promote your channel or
And if you're camera shy, you don't have to turn the camera on. Just want to hear your voice.
for sure.
I spent most of my life like that. Camera off, post a note in front of the camera.
For sure. It's kind of hilarious.
You've got to start somewhere, don't you? You have to start somewhere. And then you could be like me. Can't shut me up now.
O'Brien, this is your favorite holiday then if your last name's O'Brien.
Yep. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah. So what's on this week? Have you got anything exciting planned?
I got to get my driver's license. That's what I got to do. I got to get my driver's license, my ID for anybody that doesn't know, my ID expired when I was going through COVID and 2020 and all this stuff, and I haven't got it back yet because I got to take the road test again. So anyhow, I've got to get that done because I got to rent a car booked for Austin, and I won't be able to drive.
I don't want to be walking around if it's going to be like 40 degrees or something up there.
Oh no,
We need an air-conditioned car.
Oh, we will have one for sure. We will definitely have one. That makes two of us.
I could drive, I guess, if you don't mind me driving on the wrong side of the road.
That would be a problem.
That would be a big problem.
I will handle it.
There's incentive there.
For sure. Did we pull this one up yet?
Yes. Yeah. I actually made corned beef and cabbage and not apologizing for it. A little bit of vinegar on the cabbage is amazing. It was crazy just how much I had to rinse all the veggies. So that's okay. Yeah.
Delicious.
Every once in a while, nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely.
I spoke to my daughter this morning and she's got this little old man that comes into her shop and he gives her homegrown veggies and he gave her a zucchini yesterday. And she says, Mum, I had some zucchini today with my steak. I'm like, that's okay. It's homegrown. It's an old dude. There's no crap on it. I said, did you enjoy it? And she goes, yeah. I said, good job. I'm glad you liked it. So, yeah, she was so upset because she's I really missed it. And I said, if it's homegrown, don't stress. Eat it if you see how you feel. If it doesn't affect you, enjoy it.
Right. That's literally all it is. And that's the thing about carnivore is once you do carnivore and you lose the craving, the addiction craving part, like you need to fix, when that goes away,
completely different.
If you have something that doesn't agree with you, you're not going to keep wanting it. Like I've just found that, just like bacon's the perfect example. I was just like, all right, it's not, and bacon doesn't even disagree with me. It's just that it doesn't make me feel as good as beef does. So I'm just like, it really just, I can't explain it, but you get into this really healthy mindset where you're just like, I want to feel good.
What about beef bacon?
Haven't tried it yet. I
haven't tried. I haven't tried it either.
No. So I gotta find a place. I think I tried it once a long time ago, but I haven't tried it to this recent enough in carnivore to know what it, like if it's going to do anything for me. I think I did actually have beef bacon a long time ago, but I haven't tried it since I've been carnivore. But it's just like there's so many good cuts of meat, beef. There's so much to go with, and it's just so hard to beat a good ribeye cooked really well. It's like I enjoy them every time.
I made a chuck roast last night in an Instant Pot. I almost was a little piggy and almost finished a whole 3+ pound chuck roast. For sure. It was so good.
So delicious. See you, Bliss. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. We actually bought a pork belly the other day, and I don't usually eat a lot of pork because I find it makes me sick, and it's been a while since I've had it, and I thought, oh, it's only a small one. I'm going to try and pop that on today and roast it because I just love the crackle bit, and I'm going to see how I go with it. Might be a steak or not. I don't know yet. We'll see.
Were you having that for tonight's dinner?
Yeah, I'll have it for dinner tonight. So we'll see how I go with it. Just
Right,
makes me
Ryan?
feel a bit nauseous sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah. Right, Ryan? It's crazy to think, how the tables have turned. Eat your vegetables, and all that stuff when you're a kid. Then you're like, don't eat your vegetables or full of oxalates. Like Dr. Chafee says, the vegetables are trying to kill you. You know, I don't know. I think the truth lies somewhere in between, but I think it's just one at a time. Take it one at a time and see how it does for you.
But I think if we look back in our past, but like people did eat veggies, but seasonally, if there was a fruit on the tree, you eat it, and then that tree only fruits for so many a month of the year, and then you go without. Like so, your body has time to flush it out and get rid of all that stuff. But we've got 24/7 supermarkets now. You can go and buy anything you want at all times of the day, so your body's not getting a rest from all that. So. I guess that's where the difference is.
I think the difference is the chemicals they put on it and what they did to the seeds
Yeah.
and pesticides and the fertilizer. I think homegrown vegetables there's nothing wrong with because you know exactly what you're putting in.
Yeah, and then you're
That's the
just
way I
eating
see
them
it.
when they're in season as
But
well.
all these chemicals that they're putting on it to make the fruit last and way longer than it should, then I think that's what's causing the problem. Then you're eating that. Skin,
For
it gets
sure.
Yeah.
absorbed into it.
I think that bacon at Costco that I eat or used to eat was called Daly's bacon, but I think it might be the same one you're getting, Kimberly, or it might be the Kirkland brand. I actually like the Daly's at Costco better. And like I said, I love the taste of it, and it doesn't make me
Right.
feel bad at all, but it does. Beef just makes me feel like almost like I just get a shot of energy from it. My muscles feel good when I have it. So it's hard to talk myself out of eating beef every meal because I'm trading that optimal feeling for bacon, and bacon doesn't taste good enough to give up the feeling that beef gives me when I eat it, basically.
I noticed this
Yeah.
week I bought they had on sale spiral cut ham. Okay. So I figured that would be good with my scrambled eggs. And I'll tell you what, this week I've noticed that having ham instead of I usually make ground beef with my eggs. And sure enough, I don't feel the same having the ham. And I really don't want to finish the ham. I got a little bit left and I really don't want to eat it. I just don't
Right.
feel good eating it.
Yep.
It's amazing.
And well, and isn't it funny, right? That it wasn't some big moral choice. When your body's running right, your body starts to regulate these things,
Right.
and it just shifts you away from them. I didn't sit here and go,
Right.
I'm going to get off bacon and, I'm going to make some statement about this thing. It's just like, nah, I just want the beef. Like you just naturally, your body starts guiding you in these spots. Just like, my body's just like, you're done chewing Copenhagen. You're done doing these things, and you just kind of naturally go. And that's why I'm just so certain that carnivore is so healing that it kind of gets your brain and everything relatively working and balanced together again, and it'll just guide you through it, and you can just listen to it. It's pretty incredible. I have around 500 degrees. That's wow. I wouldn't have guessed at 500 degrees because that's a pretty aggressive temperature, but that's I around's delicious. It's really good. I had to do it at least once, didn't we?
Beef bacon, I still haven't tried that. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it. I might have to pay our butcher a visit and see if they give me some flanken ribs and some beef bacon because you can't find it at the supermarket.
Or so I hesitate
To
to
get
buy
it.
it. Yeah, brown sugar. I don't know what HEB is, but
Store.
this is the second time, but now they have beef bacon and dino
Texas.
ribs. All right, we're gonna have to go check it out because they got beef bacon and dino ribs. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's
They
botany.
crossbred all the seeds, yeah.
Botany.
Yeah.
And they
Made
ruined
everything
it.
bigger and
And sugar.
grow faster and grow faster.
And they turned it into naturally
Mass,
growing candy, is what they did.
mass produced. Yeah.
Yeah.
The same thing they do with chickens. How fast the chickens grow nowadays.
Yeah.
How big they are. Way bigger than normal.
You. Yeah. Bill Gates is trying to kill us, the little No, I won't go into the ass
He's
cancer
killed many people already.
for sure. Use bacon like a condiment with beef. Yeah. Yep. Well, yeah, and I do really like if I have bacon again, it's dang sure going to be mixed 50-50 with the hamburger patties because I do miss those. I like the bacon hamburger patties with the pickled jalapenos. You betcha I like
Those look really good. Yeah.
those are so good. Oof.
Yeah. I don't know. I keep trying it out because I like the crackle part. But then I just give the meat to my dog and my husband. So
Right?
yeah. Beef contains absolute best quality program that is not available from any other animal source. That is why we love it. Yeah.
Absolutely. It is the gold standard on the protein absorption scale. But there's even something special about beef fat too. Right. So I know that beef is the highest absorbing protein, you know. This is what's such a crock of crap about people are like, well, grains have protein in them too. I forget what the exact number is, but it's like 3% of the protein in grain is absorbable by the human body, and like 97% is absorbable in red meat. So it's nothing even close to the same, which is why it's so ridiculous that they think that the protein found in impacted colons that have cancer is from red meat because red meat all absorbs and your body uses it. It is clearly from grains, like the grains and the bread and the pasta and that stuff has got the protein that sits in your colon and becomes cancerous. And of course it does because it's also coupled with carbohydrates that feeds cancer. Like it's so stupid that they try to blame colon cancer on red meat when it's clearly the proteins inside grain that do not absorb into your body. They get stuck in the colon, and then it's the they're accompanied by sugar that feeds cancer. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist here, but I can connect those dots. I mean, that's pretty simple. So you're absolutely right. Beef is the gold standard for protein absorption. But then also, since I've been doing the 2-to-1 fat ratio, I was doing it with butter, and a lot of people do really good on butter. I do way better on beef tallow. Beef tallow is another one of those things. It's just like straight up energy for me, way
I,
better than butter.
I
So
take it off and I throw it on top of my scrambled eggs. I love it.
something just special about beef. You know, there's something very special about beef.
I just bought a tub of tallow, so I'm gonna give it a try. Yeah, I had it
Did
before and I loved it, but I got a
did you?
full kilo tub.
That's awesome. I can't
It's
wait to
gonna
see what
last
you
me.
think of because Michael, you've been
Yeah.
having good luck with it too, right?
It helps.
Yeah, and
I
you know
use
what?
it
I
a lot
I
more.
got my brother
Even
on to it, and he said this the other day. He goes, "This is the first time that I felt like something's really giving me energy, and it was the tallow."
it is.
Yeah.
Even when I had the chuck roast last night, even it had some nice pieces of fat on there, and I could just tell after eating that, like 30 minutes after eating that, I just felt better. So it's amazing in what it does.
For
And
sure.
yeah, I am gonna freeze the rest of the little bit of ham that I got left and keep it in there for when I need it.
Beautiful. Picked underripe, so full of oxalates that would normally dissipate if picked ripe.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
There we go. 6 minutes per
That's
pound there.
yeah,
6%
yeah.
That sounds delicious. I have round.
The big one also has barbecue. Okay, so it's a
Don't
supermarket.
tell Todd that. He'll
Good
bring his
lord.
bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be house shopping before I leave there. Like, sorry, I'm getting one between the barbecue, all you can eat barbecue joint and the HEB.
You'll never stumble across a cauliflower or lettuce, etc., in the wild, or fruit and veg are man-made hybrids to make them palatable and reduce some of the toxins not found in nature. Mm.
Totally agree. Hmm,
Gladys needs to start a cooking channel.
it
You're
does.
making us hungry.
You are making me hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet today, and I'm starving. So yeah, when I get out, I'm gonna put a hurting on some beef when I get done here. There he is.
Oh,
Yes.
happy birthday.
Right. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday
DC.
to the birthday
Thanks
boy.
very much. Thank you very much. How
Yay.
you doing today?
Oh,
We're
good.
doing
Yeah,
awesome.
good.
How about you?
I'm good. Good. Yeah.
How was
doing
your
great.
ribeye? I saw your ribeye cake. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm a little spoiled now. I miss it already.
I know, right? Yeah. I felt the same after my first ribeye. I'm like, I'm going to do a 3-day fast and treat myself to a ribeye. That way I can afford it.
Yeah, that's right. We got it on sale last week at Costco. They had like $15 a pack off, so we thought, oh, perfect timing. So I got that out, and yeah, now I just I can't. I don't know. It's gonna be difficult going back, going back to chuck steak.
Yeah,
It is.
it does make a difference.
Yeah,
It is. I just, man, if you can figure out how to swing it when they have a sale, and just
Taco.
load the freezer up. That's what I did. I got 155 pounds of it the last time they had it for $11.99 a pound. I'm like, I'm taking all of it.
wow, that's cheap.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Australia. I think like we got it on sale. It's like $15 off a pack, but it was still like $50 a kilo, so about $25 a pound, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. Ours are generally between 22 and so you can find them between like 17 and $22 a pound American most of the time.
Yeah,
Like that's not too hard at Costco, but when it got down to $11 a pound, I was like, I've never seen such a good price. So it was for Super Bowl weekend for whatever reason. They had a Super Bowl weekend sale on ribeye, and I was like, "Oh, you messed up." All of it
I think my
now.
camera's freezing.
Yeah, you kind of froze up.
Uh,
Yeah. Huh. There you go. Well,
how's that?
yeah, I think you're back. You're moving a little bit. Anyways,
Little lagged. Yeah. Little lagged.
Yeah,
you're a little laggy. But
Uh,
you're on the beach, so I don't know how cell service is.
yeah, it's a bit slow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah,
laggy
like
for some reason.
that. All right, maybe I'll hang on a sec. I'll drop out and I'll come back.
Yep. Yeah, I love
Is it-
the tallow that floats on the pot roast in the fridge too. Gosh, that's good. It used to bug like before I was carnivore, that was gross, right? And now I love this stuff.
How's
There
that?
you go. I'm gonna
Still a bit
say
laggy, isn't it?
Still a little bit.
Yeah.
still
Might
leggy.
be, might be a
Too-
network issue someplace.
Yeah.
Mm.
No
Yeah,
worries. We
it's-
can still hear you. And you just look like Johnny number 5 when you're all robotic like. You guys ever, you ever see Short Circuit back in the day?
yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's funny.
Well, it looked like what was it?
We're all older than you, Todd.
I know. I forget. I'm usually the old person.
What was that? That guy that used to do the Coke commercials. Like does that repeat that?
But yeah, Johnny Mnemonic.
Johnny Mnemonic. Yeah.
Johnny Mnemonic. He was on MTV and he'd be like,
Yeah.
Or Max Headroom, too. Huh?
Yeah, Max Headroom.
Max Headroom.
I
Yeah, that's
remember.
right.
Yeah.
The old days. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny. I found a meme today and I saved it, but it showed up a picture of the DeLorean from Back to the Future, and they're like the 1980s. They wanted to go to the future to 2024, and now everybody wants to go back. To the 80s.
That's the truth, man. Yep.
Truth. Like, oh, I mean, the 80s were the last best generation for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, I suppose. Like even music was fun back in the 80s. Like when in the 90s it all turned to grunge and depressing, and you know.
Because they took the fat out of the meat and everybody got depressed
right.
and on drugs.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, freaking, Nirvana took off, and yeah, lo and behold, that that Kurt Cobain, he was such a happy little guy, he blew his head off, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like yeah, that was a bad go about it. Sure. But yeah, I do. I was kind of laughing about that because I was like, so was the whole grunge thing and the whole death metal and the whole emo stuff and the whatever goth stuff, was that all just because nobody was having meat and fat anymore? Everybody got depressed and moody, you know?
Yeah, I reckon so.
I
Yeah,
think so.
all the serfs couldn't afford meat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Miserable son of a guns.
Yeah, actually, I did a reaction video last week with Coach Nicole from Former Fat Girl.
Hmm.
We're talking about the WEF website. They've got them trying to push a bug diet on us. Yeah.
Bugs. Yeah. No,
Mm,
thank you.
mm. So
Yeah.
I'm debating whether or not to put it up because it's quite political. So I'm not sure YouTube will like that very much, but I'll think about it.
No, man. Don't you love hearing from your government that all of us little people just need to eat bugs?
Yeah,
You know, it's like,
really great.
okay, well, let me just start doing some reloading here and cleaning my guns. Because I'm on board with the bug thing. That's why.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
stupid.
exactly.
Yeah, it's a real problem when your government starts telling you, well, we're going to fly our planes around, but for the environment, you better eat bugs. You know, it's
Yeah,
like, oh, so you do want a civil war? I see.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
when you have all these so-called, well, they call themselves elite, but honestly, they're not. They're not elite people. They're parasites, you know,
absolutely.
and that's all they are. They feed off the rest of us, and you got like 3,000 private jets all flying to Davos to have a meeting where they all eat steak, and
Right.
then tell us that we have to eat bugs to save the environment, while they cut down forests, like entire forests, to put up solar panels and windmills. You know,
Exactly.
out of stupidity.
For
Yeah.
sure. And they just think we're all so dumb and so complacent that we're just going to deal with it. And it's like, no, at a certain point, it'll just be, no holds barred anymore. And we'll just let shit hit the fan. And then we'll see where the dust settles. And they don't win either way because these people can't sustain themselves. They can't, they
No,
sit there and they've amassed power, but they can't even feed themselves. They can't eat,
no.
the meat that they eat, the planes that they fly, and the fuel that they burn to fly them with. They don't do any of that stuff. They can't sustain
Well, that's
themselves.
the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like they can't build anything. They can't. I mean, they're not. They don't contribute anything. All they do is just leech off us. We create. It's the people of the world that create the economy. It's us that build everything. It's us that farm everything. It's us that create everything. These people have created nothing except for disaster. You know.
Right. Absolutely. No, I mean, and that's what's so funny. If, that's why I love the trucker protests and stuff. It just gives people a little glimpse. All that they got to do, if everybody holds strong and stops pandering to these idiots, and we all just stop the system and we just stock up, we live on our own, devices for a little while and we just let these guys fall apart. They can't sustain themselves. They need us because, like you said, they are parasites. They have to live off of our backs and our creativity and our hard work and our skill because they can't do it.
That's right.
And
Mm.
and it's obvious when they sit here and say these stupid things, and they're so out of touch that for them to think, like what is it about this whole bug diet thing? It just seems like almost a game. Like, what do they even have to gain by doing that?
Yeah, that's right. The fact is, it's just about um, depopulating us. Like we
Right.
we are the carbon they want to get rid of.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so crazy. But I don't know. It's fine. It's like, okay, keep poking the bear until you just cause a massive backlash.
Yeah,
Exactly, psychopaths.
but like, there are ways that, like you said, Todd. There's ways to do it. When the communists took over Poland, they all just stopped working. They stopped going to work, and they
Right.
just stopped functioning. And then it was the most peaceful revolution you get with it. Eventually, the communists just had to leave because they couldn't get anything out of the people. They couldn't
Right.
get them to work. They couldn't take it. They couldn't keep taxing them. If no one's making any money, they couldn't keep taxing them. So they ended up just leaving.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all you
So
got to
that's
do.
all we have to do.
Yeah. We just have to opt out of it. In my mind, we just have to get into communities of like-minded people, start growing our own food again. Like whatever it is, whatever you want to do, you know, pigs, beef, whatever. And then when the government comes and tells you need a permit to grow that cow, we all say, make us. Come try to
Yeah.
take our cows.
Yeah,
See what
that's
happens.
right.
You know?
Yeah.
Just-
And we stop we stop taking stuff to the stores, we stop paying taxes, we do all of it and say, come make us. Because you
Yeah.
guys have pushed us too far, and we're gonna live off the land like we have a God-given right to. And if you don't like it, come try to make us and see what happens, you know?
Yeah, that's
And
it.
that stuff will stop. And the liberals are gonna scream their head off because they need us to farm. They need us
Yeah.
to fill the grocery stores and take it to the grocery stores. And they can yell all they want, but this is what they wanted. You know, they make fun of the rural people and pretend like we're just parasites and country bumpkins because we dare do this blue collar work. Well, blue collar work is what packs all the grocery stores and builds all the buildings
Well,
and
that's
builds the
where
road.
that's something that people don't understand history too, I guess. But that's where the term redneck comes from. It was all the upper class. It was all about sunburn because the all the serfs who were out in the field working always had red necks, burnt some from sunburn, right? So they started
Work
calling
it.
them all rednecks. So now when some idiot calls you a redneck, like they're trying to demean you and put you
make it
down,
right.
like you're
Right.
an idiot. But the fact is, the working class people always had rednecks from sunburn, and um, they were trying to separate themselves with classes by referring to people as rednecks. You know,
Right.
that's all. That's what it's all about.
Right. And how
So
stupid is that to attack the people that literally fill your grocery stores with food and that put the roads on that you drive and build the vehicles you drive in and
build
freaking
your
build the
own.
houses. Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
you guys are insane. Like what are you talking about? Everything you enjoy is the
When
same.
something breaks down.
Yeah.
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 That's right. What do they do? If no one built their homes, no one built their cars, no one
Right.
farmed the food, they would starve to death. They would be outside in the
They
weather.
would literally be outside giving away handies to get somebody to come bring them some food.
Right.
That's how
Yeah.
crazy that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I was. It's the same thing when you talk about enablers. Like I always say, like don't blame the dictator, blame the people that enable them to
Get in
enforce
power.
their position. It's the same. Like here in Australia, it's a real socialist country. And we've got like so many governing bodies in Australia. You've got our government, our local government, state government, local government, and we've got councils like just suburban councils and things like that, which are actually illegal against our constitution. But they don't care about our constitution. It's just authority is everywhere here. But it's all these people that I'm just doing my job by enforcing things that they know is wrong that enable these dictators.
Exactly.
When all
Well,
they
it
have to do
wasn't
is
always. It wasn't always like that, right? It just really started in probably like the past 10 years or so.
oh no, it's been going on much longer than that here.
Has it?
Since the Lima Declaration back in the 70s.
It
The
started
Lima
back then?
Declaration, the Lima Declaration, where the UN put forward back in the 70s, was to run down our economies of the Western world so that we all are level with third world countries, and every government in Australia since then has been selling us out. It's a uni party. They give us the illusion that there are two or three different parties, but
It's
they're all the
all
same.
one. That's right.
Yeah, and
Illusion of choice.
Yeah, so since
Right.
then they've just been selling out Australians. And back in the 90s, the government pretty much took rights away from landowners. Anything under the surface of the land, they're basically just renting it in Australia. You know,
Right.
they can sell out your farm or anything for the resources and things like that, and the farmer gets nothing. They just been it was their mandate to since then to have ownership of everything so that we just rent. Yeah. So they've been trying and they're getting closer to it.
Right. Yeah, they are trying, and they've been doing it for a while here too. World Economic Forum and all those guys, the WHO and everything say you'll own nothing and be happier.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's so
Yeah.
stupid. It's like,
Yeah.
no. I think what we'd be happier with, because at this point in the world, what does government really do for us?
Yeah, not much.
Not a hell of a lot.
Spend our money and give it away to other countries and start
Yeah.
wars that we really don't need.
Right.
Yeah.
All the time. Like, I think we'd be happier if we had no government and we worked shit out on our own and had to learn how to live symbiotically, with each other.
Yeah.
That would be pretty good, and then, everybody would take responsibility for their own safety. And if you do stupid crap, you might get shot. Like you steal your neighbor's stuff. That you might just end
Well,
up in the
government should
ground.
be at least government should be small at least, and it should be there should never ever be career politicians.
No.
They should be taken from people in industry, people creators, and they run for terms, and like at the end of that term, they go back to their jobs or their companies, and everyone should be able to vote. Another thing is that elections, here in Australia, elections are set up so on what they call a preference voting thing system. So it basically doesn't matter who you vote for because they all swap preferences, and it just keeps the uni party going. And people seem to think that these politicians are in for 30, 40, 50 years because we all love them so much. You got to be kidding me.
They get stuck in there. Yep.
Yeah.
You can't get rid of them, just like here.
Yeah, that's
all
right.
these politicians in office that we can't get rid of that suck.
Right, the swamp. Absolute swamp. And then what's even worse is it creates an environment where no good people want to be politicians, right? So you're stuck with the worst.
It's not power. It's not that power corrupts. It's that power attracts these people. All right. So that's what they work towards, and they'll do anything to get there too.
Yeah, they're just disgusting people for sure.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah. So, and it's the thing, and it's the same, education and everything like that. But if you have a look at, they keep telling us, capitalism is the root of all evil and all this sort of stuff. But we are not in a capitalist system. We are in a controlled trade system. That's what the whole idea of the World Trade Center, the World Trade Organization is all about. It's about controlling trade. The UN controls all our trade. They tell us who we can and can't buy from.
Sure.
So that's a controlled system. It's not a free market. It's not a free system at all.
For sure. Nope, it's not. And and this is why I think this comment here. Yeah, we got to bring back the Wild West, and the whole reason that they're going after testosterone and toxic masculinity and all this nonsense.
Yeah,
make it easier for them.
Yeah, they want weak men. They don't want cowboys. They don't want people that'll fight for their families and die for the future of the children.
Like Peterson says, it's not strong men that are the problem. It's weak men. They are dangerous. Weak men are dangerous. And you see that with, soy boys all the time and these Antifa little retards and whatnot. These weak little parasites,
Throwing a temper. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, no, let's go to battle then. Let's go to war. And, the Antifas, they're all cowards. They fight in the
Absolutely.
dark. They play these little stupid games. They think that they mean for some, they stand for some cause or whatever, equality, all this nonsense, communism horseshit that they all sit here and fight for, and it's such a freaking joke. It's just
And
they
they've
are
been
the
the same,
weakest of the
and they've
bunch.
been around for over 100 years, like well over 100 years. They were around for in Russia, Nazi Germany. They worked for the Nazis, the same as the brown shirts. They were all the same. They were all Antifa was there, and they use the same flag today.
Right.
Exactly.
So
But it's funny. It's funny because they were the fascists, and they go, "I know what we could do. We'll call ourselves the anti-fascists." And then now
but that's
they,
how it works, though.
Confuse
That's how
us.
it works. If you want people to hate an enemy, right, you create all these crimes or do all these hateful things, and you do it in the name of this of the people that you want them to hate.
right,
It's like if you say if you train a terrorist, for example, and say they're from Iran or something, when they're captured, they tell everyone they're from Israel, that sort of thing,
Right.
because they want them to think that they're all from Israel. It's the
right.
same thing,
Yeah, it's like a
That's,
provocateur type thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah, it's
how it
pretty
works.
gross. Yeah, but cowardly shit, anarchist
Oh, it is.
shit.
Yeah. They always have been though too. It's just
Yeah, it's
grub.
pretty.
Yeah, they're just grubs.
Yeah,
But
useless idiots.
yeah,
And they find the weak-minded and bitter people, and they
yeah,
stir them up, and they just use them as useless, useful idiots. It's incredible. But I don't
yeah.
know. The good news is that there's more and more of these conversations going on, and more people are waking up every day to this nonsense. And this is why I love the overreach, because it's waking everybody up to see the reality of most people are just very, and rightfully kind of so in many ways. They're a little bit naive because they just don't think that people would go this far, but they
Yeah.
do.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. I think that's the thing. Like we are in the early turns of our awakening as a planet, and you're going to see in the next 10 years, or even the next few years, just how evil these people are, and just how far they will go. Like the current situation right now, these people are trying to bring us into a nuclear war, try and cover up their crimes.
Yep.
That's how far they're going to go.
Yeah.
They have no problem with doing that.
No,
That's how sick these people are.
they're very sick. And what's funny is somehow they really believe they're untouchable, right? They
Yeah, that's
really
right.
believe that in order
Bill
to not,
Gates, Bill Gates, he thinks no one can touch him. Uh, You know, you wait to see. There's so many people around the world now calling for his arrest. Pretty soon, it's going to get to the point where they're just going to get sick of waiting. You know,
right? Yeah.
these people will not be able to walk down the street.
No, nope. They will have to be underground. That's a fact. And it's going to come to that point. There's going to be some people there. It's going to be people like Fauci, Bill Gates,
Oh yeah.
these, the WHO
One of
guys.
the
And
worst ones, I think, one of the worst ones are some of the ones that people haven't heard of, like Yuval Noah Harari. He's like the guru to the stars and the
Right.
WEF. He's a
yep,
sick, twisted little
he is.
He
vegan
really
freak.
is.
Yeah,
Yep,
he's a
Yep.
he
twisted
really
little
is.
freak. Yeah,
Yep. Yeah. And these people, I mean, it's going to remind you of Gaddafi when he had a sword shoved up his butt. Remember that
yeah,
at the end?
yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't quite the dictator when the people got a hold of him.
No, that's
You
right.
know,
Yeah,
yeah, that was funny, but they shoved us like a long sword right up his butt. I remember that. I was laughing. I was like, well, that couldn't have been a better ending for that dictator. you know, I'm pretty
yeah.
sure we just raised every red flag on
I'm
you.
quite. Yeah, there's some things that back in the past, they're throughout Europe. I think it was Hungary or Bulgaria. I forget. They had a like 300 or 400 years ago a dictator, a ruler that the people finally got sick of. They actually overthrew him, and the people actually ate him. They ripped him apart and ate him.
Wow,
Yeah.
That's a whole
Well,
nother kind of pissed.
that's that's pretty angry, you know. Like, but I can see it happening. You know, I can see that coming. There's going to be.
What do you think
There's
would
going to be.
happen if the world understood that the largest loss of life was due to like what's happened with our food and our medical system for out of
Oh,
greed?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, without doubt. Yeah, think about that. This has been going for hundreds of years, you know, like, and especially the last 150 years with the introduction of seed oils and like throughout the ages, we've always had the serfs and the haves and have-nots, and you like in England, you always had the king's land, and any of the people who were caught hunting on the king's land were executed. But so that's where the term rabbit starvation came from, because people would start eating rabbits, and it's still a delicacy now in France because that's all the people had to survive on. They couldn't afford cattle or deer or big ruminant animals that had a lot of fat on them. And rabbits are very lean, and people would start eating them, and they would eat them and eat them and eat them, and they eventually just starve to death of nutrients because they're too lean. We need the fat, you know.
Right.
So that's where that came from, you know. So
And
it's
that's what
been
they're doing again. They're doing the same again with the
they're
food
doing the
today.
same again. And now they're trying to, and then what these vegans don't get either is that they're trying to stop people eating fruit and vegetables as well. That's what the whole idea about bugs is about.
Right.
You know,
Right.
they're trying to get us onto a bug diet that cannot possibly sustain a human body. There's even their whole argument is that you can get more protein from size wise from a bug than you can from a cow. The thing is, we don't survive just on protein, and they don't break down proteins. The same as
Right.
the same as the vitamins and minerals. They never break it down. They always say, "Oh, you can get vitamin K." They don't break it down and tell you that you need a certain type of that vitamin or mineral to survive. And then there's all these different proteins like collagen and amino acids that you get from ruminant animals. You just can't get from bugs. Plus, they don't have the fat content. People will literally starve to death. No matter you could eat 10 buckets of bugs a day. You're still going to starve
Not
to
the
death.
same. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Laura, I say this all the time that their number one go-to regimen for treating illness in our country is also the number 3 killer in our country. That's how stupid that is.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
so yeah, I agree with you. I've said that 1,000 times. Like, to let that wake you up, that our medical protocol standard care standard of care and treatment is also the number 3 killer in our country. I mean, that doesn't get any sicker than that. You
Well,
can,
yeah, it comes down to misdiagnosis and over prescribing, you know.
Yep. Yeah.
And yet
Tyson, what I was talking about earlier.
we're supposed to respect these people, these doctors that are the number 3 killer in the world. But number 1 is pharmaceutical.
right, absolutely. Wonder what all companies like does Tyson own any sister companies that they hide under?
Well, they own
Well,
a lot of them. There's like 30 companies that Tyson.
all right, well, we're gonna have to figure them out and boycott all of them then.
I got a list of them, but
Okay.
I'll send it to you on WhatsApp.
Yeah, we should next week. Let's put up like on our channel. Let's start a little protest on Tyson and all their little companies, because we got to put those guys under. They're gonna do that crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to go. But yeah, that's awesome. Love to. I don't know. I love the conversations because I know that everybody is feeling the same way. They make us feel like we're the minority, but you go out in the real world and everybody I know is like us, that talks like us, that thinks like us, maybe not on the carnivore scale of things, but they see what's going on. They feel it, they know it, they're all dealing with it. So
yeah,
there they all are.
Jimmy Dean, Hillshire Farms, most of these can't stand. Ballpark. That's
Sarah Lee,
that's fine. This is all poison anyways.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's all junk food anyway. So yeah, that's the thing. I don't well, I try not to talk too much about these companies and things because of YouTube's BS. But
Yeah.
the thing is, if we can get people healthy, it's going to put these people out of business anyway.
For
So
sure.
that's all down the line, you know. So if people just get healthy, get on the proper human diet, everything else will take care of itself, you know.
Right. For sure. Yeah, look, we have fired up the chat again.
The truth. It's the
Yeah.
truth.
And this
Well,
is
it
People
is.
why,
know. People
Mm.
know.
this is why YouTube bans people for saying this, because if they didn't, could you imagine how many of these conversations would go on at a high level all over?
Yep.
Oh,
You
yeah.
couldn't stop it. That's why
Well,
they
you
got
just
to.
got to have a look at some of the other platforms, and you'll see why. Like, you know, it just this kind of sort of conversation just explodes. You know, like if you go to Brighteon or Rumble, even Odyssey, you know, they're all over the place.
That's all they do.
Um, yeah, yeah, and it's a fact. You know, people know it, and that's the reason why these other platforms are growing so fast. Is because YouTube keeps banning it. You know, so.
Yeah, exactly, Laura. Yeah, it's criminal. But I love that there's good nurses like you out there, and that there's good doctors, Barry and Sean Baker and stuff. And this stuff is going to start to turn, right? Because
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's being drawn in history here, where people are going to have to pick what side of history they want to land on, and the people that pick wrong, you're not going to want to be under that kind of scrutiny when the people get fed up. Like
yeah,
you are
that's
not
right.
gonna, yeah.
And that includes everyone. Like, this is something I've been warning people against the last 4 years or so on different platforms. Is be careful which side of history you want to be on, because the police, like here in Australia, they've been enforcing these illegal laws and mandates and everything like that. Okay, you are not going to be forgiven. No one's going to forgive and forget after this.
This is too funny. Kimberly,
Yeah,
right?
I saw that before. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I live in my little bubble at home. I don't really know what's going on out there in the world. I don't
I
want to
know.
get involved.
I
So
know.
I just sort of sit back, let you
It's
guys.
gonna pop your bubble though. That's the problem that people need to realize. People don't think that stuff affects them, but it really does.
I'm
Yes.
sure
Well,
it
this is the
will,
thing.
and I'll deal with it when it happens. But
And it'll
yeah,
be too late when it gets that far.
but
That's the
I
problem.
get upset. You know me, I
I
get
know.
upset.
I
So
I
it's
know.
I know.
safer for me to.
I try to not bug you too much with it, but I love these conversations because it's the same conversations I have with my brother every day. The people in my life, we all talk about it. We all see the same. We see it the exact same because it's the truth. It's so ridiculous. And the reason why it resonates with everybody and everybody knows what's going on is because it's being suppressed. And so it's good to talk about it. And it's like, whatever. Everybody, I know we're supposed to be all politically correct and not upset the algorithm, but at a certain point, it's like, how much are you going to sell out and really care? It's like, yeah, you gotta win the war, I guess, and not sacrifice for the battles, but also, you know, then fine. There's got to be a competing market like Rumble or something where it finally gets split and divided, and everybody goes over there and really starts screaming it from the mountaintops because it's the message that's got out. And
Yeah,
like
that's right.
the problem is it's very desperate. They're in a desperate spot right now because they're getting exposed. And so they're trying very desperate things like nuclear war right now. They are willing to do that to cover up their crimes against humanity because they are so screwed when the world finds out for sure and really sees what they've done.
It's
And
coming out.
yeah, and it's
Oh,
coming
yeah,
out.
it's coming out.
Yeah.
There's an
And
old
yeah,
saying. There's an old saying that if you don't take interest in what your politicians are doing, eventually your politicians will take an interest in you. You know, and
Yeah.
history is proven fact that that is true.
that's why they
Exactly.
like to hide history and everything that happened. They don't want people
Right.
to know.
And
what
why they
happened.
try to take your guns. Oh, you don't need guns. The government will protect you. Well, no, you need guns for
Guns are
protection from the
from the
government.
government. Yes.
It's not
Exactly.
from anybody else. You are the sons of bitches where we have
And
guns.
yes, Smithfield is owned by a Chinese company now.
Nice.
Yeah, China and the CCP they own most of everything around the world at the moment. That was the whole idea of the World Trade Organization as well. Because ever since they came in, the Chinese have been buying up the whole world. They especially with third world countries, they'll loan them money to build money that they know they can't repay. They'll build docks, they'll build all this infrastructure in their country, and because they can't pay, China then takes ownership. They've done the same even to Australia. They own ports in Australia, up the Northern Territory, Western Australia, and other parts that they've just bought out. Even recently, like last week, a Chinese buyer outbid, like at an auction, a large homestead here in Australia. They outbid the next highest bidder by over $1 million.
Trying to buy up all the real estate, the land, and have a monopoly on land and ownership of everything. They're literally trying to monopolize the planet,
Yeah.
Because think how stupid it is. The perfect food for our species lives off of grass and reproduces. Literally all we would have to do is let it flourish.
And it does it all on its own.
Yeah. We have to do nothing. It's being inhibited on purpose. That's how sick it is.
Yeah, exactly. And the biggest owner of farmland, though, is Bill Gates around the world. He owns most of the farmland in America. He owns most of the farmland in Australia and other countries around the world, including India, Pakistan, all the rest of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going through
and like a man that is a eugenicist, and they think that this guy getting involved with vaccines is anything to do with people's health. Unbelievable.
Yep, exactly. Just going through these. We're gonna have to give Lindy a break though. He's like,
very quiet back there.
I'm a very patient person now, so I'm happy with anything.
but
we were talking about bugs or something, weren't we? Yeah,
we were. That's right. That's all it took. That was the flame to the gas.
This is what I use for bugs. I love it. Mortine.
Yeah, you tell them that's your seasoning.
Yeah, we get lots of flies. So
it's surprising though, how much infrastructure there already is for this bug diet. Manufacturers are already putting bugs in their processed food ingredients. It's mostly used as a filler.
Yeah, and they're changing it so they don't have to list it on the ingredients. Bullshit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But it's in most processed foods now.
And the other thing they're pushing for is you don't have to list bioengineered foods anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you hit that button so that it shows them our channels?
Oh, yeah. It's you have to take that off. There it is.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so there's
you can't have a comment up.
Yeah, these are why don't you have your channel on here, Michael?
Because I'm only exclusive here.
But these are our channels on YouTube. I saw a video of Bill Gates owns. Yeah, half of exactly. Look up where's Ted Turner on that same list? Ted Turner.
He's one. Yeah, all these billionaires.
Yeah.
All
but that's the thing, like they keep driving part of inflation and taxes and everything like that. The government will drive up taxes on landowners like farmers, which they've been doing here for decades, and that way they can they'll sell them cheap, and the billionaires will walk in and buy them all up.
Right. Exactly.
That was the whole idea. Like in America, you have that inheritance tax. People can't afford, when their parents die and leave the land to them. They can't afford to pay half their land's worth in taxes, so they sell it You know, get them off get the people off the land, and the billionaires will buy it up. You know, that's what it's
for
all
sure.
about. You know?
Is Laura Russell? Her name sounds familiar. She must have a channel, huh? Is that what
I
Healthy
don't
Carnivore is?
know.
For some reason
I'm
I
not
read
sure.
that.
Michael can look it up. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I will
doing
in
that
a second.
now. Yeah.
Add link, it says.
But anyway, getting back to the bugs, like people just cannot survive on bugs. You know, there are
Sure.
certain people that around the world that do eat bugs at certain times, like as a side dish sort of thing. Like even the Aborigine people here in Australia, they eat like this big caterpillar thing that's called a witchy grub. And some parts of Japan, they'll eat them like a snack. But the fact is, it's just a supplement. Like it's not a staple that you can survive on. You know, they always eat large ruminant animals as well. You need fatty meat and fat especially. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I even just recently started doing a 2-to-1 fat ratio, like two grams of tallow
Hmm.
for every 1 gram of protein, and I have exponentially more energy, just feel better mental clarity. I mean, it really is super important. I've found out.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what I
a
keep
lot of
saying.
carnivores
You need at least,
accidentally.
in grams. I think you should be, close to, if not more than double in grams of protein.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah, it
need to
does.
eat a lot of fat because
Makes
you're
you feel
fat
better.
adapted. You know, you're fat adapted, which means fat is your energy source.
Yeah,
If you feel low on energy, you're not eating enough fat. Simple.
yep, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something that I just assumed I was eating enough fat because I was eating things like eggs and bacon and whatever, but I still had to add the tallow in.
Yeah, yeah. I like to I like mixing a bit of like cubes of beef fat and lamb fat. I'll just fry that up like that, and just I'll eat it just straight like that. That's fantastic. A bit of salt. It's like eating hot chips. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet that is delicious.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. Steaks for breakfast. I don't know what it is, but if I take like vinegar and tallow and put those two together, it is like I just drank like a Red Bull or a coffee. Like I get stupid amounts of energy and like wired almost off of that combination.
Apple cider vinegar is really good. You know, I used to use it. Actually, it's good for reflux and other things as well. I used to use it before I went carnivore, but actually, I haven't since.
I don't know why, but my body craves it. I suspect it's some sort of problem with my gallbladder or something, but I think it helps me break down the fat to energy quicker
Yeah,
because when I have the apple cider vinegar with the tallow, man, it's better than when I used to drink like Red Bulls and Monster energy drinks and all that crap to get the fake little caffeine and sugar high. This stuff
yeah.
hits me hard and I'm just like ready to go for hours. And then it hits me really hard. I don't like I get a good amount of it when I just have the tallow and I get some of it when I have the beef, but if I do tallow, vinegar and beef together, it is like the magic combination for energy for me.
Yeah,
It's
I'd say
crazy.
that's probably what it is because it does help you break down fat much quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it must make it just metabolize as energy like super quick. That's what I'm
yeah,
guessing. Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
Let's see. I gotta see this. I'm okay with bugs. John the Baptist is acting a lot of them. Much better eat real bugs than processed soy mislabeled meat. Yeah. I would say beef is probably the best option. but,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
yeah,
but if all that was left was bugs, I would agree that it was better than soy,
yeah.
but it's, thank God we have much better options.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, the problem is too is like how are you going to get these bugs as well? Because most of it is going to be delivered as fillers in processed foods.
yeah,
You know, like it's already in like your chips and or your a lot of packaged foods already. So it's not like it's not like you're just going to be eating, packets of bugs that are going to be, like a natural source of food. It's all going to be processed garbage as well.
Right? Leather Apron Club on YouTube is a great video on bug eating, debunking that it is possible. They're mocking us, actually. I think they're trying to get a reaction. It's truly laughable.
Yeah,
Like,
well, I mean, anyone advocating eating bugs, okay, they just have no clue what they're talking about when it comes to like health and anything like that. And there are plenty of websites, that like it's very easy. Just do a quick Google search, you can find heaps of websites actually trying to sell you all these bug snacks and shit. Sorry for the language, but yeah, I mean, it's just. I mean, these people are just as twisted as the vegans. They have no nutrients going to their brain. They can't think straight.
I remember seeing a couple news stories not that long ago about up in Canada. They were bringing them into the classrooms, the bugs from all these companies that were making them, and giving it to the kids to get the kids to try. And this is how the kids get programmed. Oh, it's
That's
okay
right.
to eat bugs.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like Nicole Kidman and all these other so-called celebrities, they did this Vanity Fair video where they're trying to show people, oh look, I eat bugs, and like they can hardly stop from barfing,
Right.
Yeah. How many insects do you eat a day, Nicole?
Yeah.
I'm sure her and Keith Urban are really, just living off of insects. People, it's such a joke. They're just trying to manipulate and just talk down to people like they're stupid,
Exactly. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. So crazy. I don't know. Everybody's just getting played for idiots. And I think the reason why they're so comfortable doing it is they know that there's been a system in place between the fluoride in the water and dumbing down in schools and taking the fat away from people and malnourishing them. It's almost like a litmus test to see if they've gotten people dumbed down enough that this will work yet. Like they're just testing the water.
Yeah.
Yep, it's pretty ridiculous. But I mean, I've never been a sheep, or never thought that I was, but I was on some drugs and food even then, even though I thought I wasn't. I thought I was pretty aware of a lot of things. Still, I was still naive when it came to doctors, food, doctors, the grocery stores, the food and everything. And now that I'm carnivore, I even see things so much clearer than I saw before. It's like, okay, this is why they don't want people healthy, because you cannot get away with any bullshit when people are healthy,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're even doing it in Australia, huh, Lindy? With the bugs in the classrooms?
Yeah.
1,000 schools.
Well, they did that when I was a kid. They had us, teachers bring in worms and tried to get us to try eating worms. When I was a kid. This is not. It's not all that new. It's just on a bigger scale.
Right. Well, so they didn't have it for food when I went to school. We would dissect them and stuff like that, but not for food. And I'm just a few years older than you.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on where you are too. Like Australia's it's been down this road for many years.
And my kids, we weren't allowed to put ham in their sandwiches. No meat allowed at all. But they're allowed to have chocolates and things like that.
Right.
Wait, now what? What do you mean allowed?
Ridiculous.
We could not put ham in her sandwich.
Who said that?
The school. Schools.
You have a
No
school
meat.
that said you can't put meat in a sandwich for a kid?
Yeah. In the last couple of years that Ella was at school, no meat in sandwiches.
Oh, they would have to come and tell me that to my face.
Oh yeah.
I'd be up there. Vegemite.
But they have no damn right to tell you what your kid can and can't eat.
No.
I mean, especially schools. They have absolutely no education on nutrition at all.
No.
Yeah.
When they got pop machines in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
And sweets and
they're Could you imagine somebody telling you what your kid can eat?
The funniest thing is the school actually has, like, special fundraisers, and usually you know how you get, like, your Girl Guide cookies and the chocolate drives and things like that? That was all
Yeah.
banned. Yet when they had their big festival, they actually had a wine bar for the parents, and the parents would be sitting there sipping wine while the kids are running around the school. And yet, it's okay for them to drink wine, but it's not okay to have all the chocolates, which I get with the chocolates and stuff. But yeah, they do crazy stuff here in Australia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
I mean that's enough for a civil war type of thing. When if you tell a parent what they can feed their kid or whatever,
yeah.
that's crossing a major line. You don't get to tell a parent that they can't feed their kid meat, you know?
Mm,
Yeah.
What the oh man,
yeah.
I would come undone on that.
Yeah, I
Wow.
would too.
I
Whew.
was lucky I wasn't carnivore back then, but yeah, that obviously have something to do with if I was now.
I don't know if it's a true thing, but I heard that in Australia when they forced the vaccines, that people had to come in and they rented out some sort of stadium. And I heard this was on the American news. I don't know if it was real, but they said like 2 or 3 children didn't make it out of their life. They had reactions
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's more than that.
and they were forced to go do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand.
It's
If I was
actually they started they've even started vaccinating children at school without parents' consent.
yeah,
Oh,
like if I was the parent of that kid and I was there and then the government was forcing him to get a shot and then they died, there's no way that that son of a bitch gets to live that put the needle in my kid's arm.
Oh,
Like,
damn right.
no damn way.
That going through all that as well, until the mandate came to teachers, teachers were literally um, they would they were actually striking until all the children would get vaccinated because they were scared of getting COVID. And then when the mandate hit them, they started protesting, say these mandates are illegal and all this sort of stuff. They expected the rest of us to get behind the teachers. You know
I
that
was
that
just
really
ta-
that really pissed me off.
I was just talking to our friend in New Zealand, okay, about what happened this past Christmas. They would have vans parked at the schools right before Christmas, and they would offer the kids $50 as they come out of school after at the end of school to get the shots.
Yeah,
And then what the kids would do is go from one van to another and get the shot again and get another $50 so they'd have money for Christmas. See how they were bribing people to get it?
yeah,
And
that's
this
right.
is just 4 months ago, 3 months ago, Christmas time.
Yeah,
Yeah. Think about how stupid that is. We pay taxes so that they can take our money and buy off our kids with it to give them shots that are going to kill them.
exactly. Before this even started, the Australian government bought 10 shots worth for every person in Australia. And they're telling you just need one. It's just 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And straight off the bat, they bought 10 shots for every man, woman, and child in the country.
No, Rick, they're not taking our guns. No, they can try, but they're gonna they're gonna have to do it in person.
I lost all mine.
Yeah,
Damn
mine
boat.
too. Boating
Yeah,
accident.
when our boats collided that time on the lake.
Yeah, when that one lake that we can't remember where we're on in that real deep part.
We're just lucky we were able to swim to shore.
I know that was a miracle, but too bad. I never got him back again. Strange deal. But yeah, it's these people, man. I don't know, but got to keep waking up. Let them squirm. What I love is they're they're getting desperate. And that's
Oh,
why
yeah.
they're getting so ugly because we got them squirming and they
Yeah.
hate it so bad because everybody's seeing it. And this is going to be perfect because this is the part, on a big scale. That's why I brought up Gaddafi again. It reminds me of when the people finally toppled Gaddafi. And, I don't even think it has to be on that big a scale. There's going to be bigger people that are going to start throwing some of these other people under the bus and they're going to start eating themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be It's going to be fantastic.
Well, it's already started. They've already started naming different people. Lower down in the chain sort of thing. But
Yeah.
but as it keeps going, that chain, they're going to keep climbing up that chain and getting higher and higher.
Yeah.
It will all come out, and they're all going to turn on each other. And like I said, these people will not be able to walk down the street.
Exactly. And that's going to happen sooner than people think. And this world's not big enough for them to hide when it comes, at the levels of death and misery and harm that they've caused for their own greed and power. Yeah, they're not going to be able to hide. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Exactly. These people, they are parasites. They live off of everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, they create nothing except death and a lot worse.
Yeah. Just now starting to feel better. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. But this is a fun little rant. But we have been on for 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 24 seconds again.
Overtime.
Overtime. Time and a half on the old zero.
DC's
Okay.
fault.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've only been here for half an hour.
I
Okay.
know.
The rest was on you.
Exactly.
Nah. Well, happy birthday again. Hope it was a
Thanks
good
for
day.
that. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when we get off air here, we should schedule something for maybe next week. You available next week?
Yeah, anytime you want. Yeah.
For sure. Then we can really go into I like what Steven Crowder does. He bleeps out the things that would be inappropriate, and he's like, "If you want to hear it, go over to Rumble."
Other one.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you do it.
I like that. That's what we should do because
that's a good idea. Actually,
Yeah.
I've been thinking about what to do with the Nicole the one, so I'll do that.
Yeah, literally.
Putting it
He
down
just
to maybe half.
literally will, even when they're
Rumble.
live, he just goes to like a public surface now. Yeah, while he's saying stuff live, and then it says on there, on the screen it says, this part of the show is not suitable for YouTube audiences. Go to Rumble, and if you want to hear what it is, yeah. And so it's really good because it's like little cliffhangers, and he routes people over to Rumble. What should happen, because we all need to be able to have these conversations freely,
Well, that's the thing.
I can make my own decision.
That's right. Yeah, we should be able to have conversations freely. Okay,
Right.
and this is the thing. The first thing that dictators try and take away from you is freedom of speech.
Exactly.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Make you weak.
The whole burning the books, exactly. The same thing. Talk about vitamin K2 and D3. Okay.
They work best together.
Yeah. Well, I know of course they work best together, but I mean, if you have a high enough cholesterol, your body produces vitamin D3 because it's a hormone that is produced by your liver. Okay, and it comes out. It's just another one of the things that cholesterol does for your body. Okay, same as testosterone and other things. Which is why they want you to have a low cholesterol diet, because they don't want you healthy. K2 is also vitally important for your bone development, structure, and the absorption of collagen into your bones, okay, to keep them strong and flexible and things like that. And you see that in, you'll see like vegans, for example, okay, they break bones very easily. They have very weak jaws and teeth and things like that. Okay, because it's a lack of K2. Then now, like I said before, they never break down these. They always say that you get vitamin K from this and that, and you get vitamin D from this and that. They don't break it down. You get K1 and D2 from plants and things like that, but you don't get D3 and K2, which is what we need for for our body to function. Another thing about K2 and D3. So D3 is vitally important for you, not just for your immune system, your lymphatic system. This also gets carried throughout your lymph fluid. All right. So it's vitally important for hormone production, your immune system, bone development, and of course everything else, protein pick up in your muscles and your connective tissue, everything. So it's don't let anyone fool you into thinking that you can get. Uh, there are some people who can change. Their body will change K1 into K2, but it's like a very small part of the population, and even in that small amount of small population, it is a minimum, like a bare minimum amount that they can actually change into K2. So it's still not going to be enough. Even they would have to supplement. All right. So there's no other form of D3 and K2 that we can absorb and for our body that from unless you eat animal products, okay, like dairy, meat, and things like that. So
Is there a brand that you recommend at all?
as in supplement.
In the vitamin D3, K2 one. Yeah, is a
no, just get it from meat. Fat in particular. Mostly, it's the fat that's high in K2 and D3. Okay, the fat of the animal. So eat a high fat diet. When it comes to supplements, I don't recommend supplements full stop, because most of them break down in the stomach acid for one, and most of them are also plant based. They're also they also carry these things like vegetable gums and things like that that are act as fillers and binders to form the pills. Okay, so and even gel caps. Okay, they're also full of gel caps, especially have a lot of vegetable gum in them. So things like that. So there's no real supplement brand that I recommend. If you do take supplements, though, do take them with as much fat as possible, because the fat will actually protect them in the stomach acid until they get to the digestive tract. Okay, so you will absorb more, but then at the same time, if you're eating a lot of fat, well, that's where most of those vitamins are going to come from anyway. So I just increase your fat intake.
Fair enough.
I got you. We should answer this really quick. She's trying to prime, but she doesn't get hungry. And she sounds like she has some protein or meat aversion to, what would you say, Lindy?
I'll just eat smaller meals. Try and break it up. Don't try and force these larger meals when you're priming, for sure. Try fish, eggs. There's other things that you can have if you're priming. It sounds like you might be in the beginning of your journey, so maybe tap into some dairy if that doesn't affect you.
Honestly, I don't know. You said you're getting back into it and you primed for 2 weeks. So I don't know how much you primed before. Maybe 2 weeks is enough. I don't know. But one thing that I can do is add more cheese in, because that always bumps up my appetite if I want to start eating more. I add more cheese because that makes me more hungry. But if you don't, and you think that that sounds like to me that you're under eating, because if you're only eating half a pound, yeah, then you're, like, are you tired? Are you having energy problems? You have any hair growth problems or anything like that? Yeah, your mood. Yeah. So we kind of need to know that, but I would just add in the carnivore foods that you can eat a lot of, and don't even, till your appetite comes back up, So that's, whatever it might be for you. For me, it's like, I'll eat more. Like, if I really want to put down the meat, I'll have it with a sour cream and horseradish dip, because I can eat way more meat when I'm dipping it in sour cream or horseradish. So just do a little thing like that for a crutch to get you getting more nutrients in, and then your metabolism, everything's going to kick back in, and you're going to have a higher demand for food for sure.
There's unless you have like an adverse reaction to dairy. Dairy is not so bad to keep in your diet as well if you can handle it. Some people find that they add or they need to add some carbohydrates to the carnivore diet, and that's one way you can do it is like 10-15 grams you can get from just dairy. Like have a glass of milk or have some cheese or anything like that. There's a certain amount of carbohydrate just in that. So it can I know some people do it before a workout, for example. It sort of helps with your glycogen stores before you start exercising to have a little bit of dairy, and that'll boost up your glycogen stores, like a small shot of the carbohydrate before you work out. Some people work better on that. So it depends on what you're doing, where you're going, and what your goals are. Some people might like to keep it in.
For sure.
Mm.
Yeah, and then
I
people that have a hard time with beef, don't they usually end up doing better with lamb?
Yeah, I was just going to say I actually switched to lamb, and I found that goes down a lot better. But also the types of the different ways that you can cook it. I've been slow cooking a lot of meat because I just couldn't eat a steak. It was too dense for me, and so I've been slow cooking a lot of things. I roast like a brisket or something first, which it is beef, but roast it first so you get the crunchy outside, then stick it in the slow cooker for 4 hours so you've got the crunchy and the pull apart meat. And I make it really soupy. So having that, the texture made it easier for me to get that down. But just to sit there and eat a steak, sometimes I just I can't do steak tonight. So that brisket sort of saves the day. So just look at the preparation.
Point. When I used to get, because earlier on I got some meat aversion early on, and my go-to to break that was always slow cooked chuck roast, and then I made gravy out of it, and just that being super soft and wet and kind of was a different and it wasn't so kind of like meat heavy harsh kind of thing. It was more of a soupy just easy on your stomach kind of get down, and so maybe that'd help you get through it.
And that chili you make, that would be definitely, I'd love that. Just
that's
having
really
that
good.
sort of chili that you make, and the gravy,
chili is really good.
That different texture, and it's more like a comfort food. So something I'd look forward to.
For sure. No, that is really good. Thanks, Kimberly. We love you.
We love you too, Kimberly. You know that.
Think about lamb. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, lamb is very fatty too. So I think that's why a lot of people sort of will move over to lamb if they especially if you can't afford to eat it like a ribeye every day, sort of thing. The next best, lamb is really fatty, so it's really easy for us to eat.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's really good.
I just make a meat chili. If you miss chili, this is just a meat chili. I just take brisket and I sous vide the brisket for about 84 hours, and I cut it up into these little chunks, and then I cook it in its own fat. And then, like I said, I do use some spices, but I just do it one spice at a time, and I figure out what I can handle. And the thing that makes chili taste like chili is just some cumin, and I don't seem to have a problem with cumin. And so this just had a little bit of cumin in it and a little bit of cayenne pepper, because those are two spices I can take. When you get them, don't get like the chili powder. You can't go get like the chili powder. It's full of junk.
Right.
You just
but the mixes.
Yeah, like don't get the mixes. Just get single ingredient freeze dried spices. And the freeze drying process seems to get rid of the oxalates, or at least help out a great deal with the oxalates.
Oh.
And so just get organic single ingredient ones. And then if you've been carnivore very long, you don't need much spice to make it pop in your mouth and really taste like when our taste buds were dead on the standard American diet because they had
you needed it.
Yeah, because our taste buds were dead and down. But I find that I mean, the amount of spices that I need to make it taste like chili is very inconsequential now. It's very little bit, and it tastes just wonderful, you know. So
I pretty much do the same, but I use ground beef.
yeah,
I put
Nice.
New Mexican chili pepper in there. It's ground, and then I chili peppers that are ground. I put that in there, and it's perfect.
That sounds good.
absolutely.
I love chili peppers. I haven't had
Yeah,
anything like that for over a year now, so I haven't had any. I haven't actually for the last year. I haven't added anything actually at all. Just the meat itself and salt. Salt's the only thing I've actually used. Um,
I
but
did
yeah,
that for I
I
did
do
that
like
for a
chili.
year too, and I didn't eat any seasonings but salt. And then when I was in the SBG gang, they were like, "Oh, we don't have a huge problem. Like most people don't have problems with seasoning." So I just literally added them in one at a time to see which ones I could take and if there was any adverse effects. And like I was just telling these guys, I just tried chives the other day for whatever reason. I had like a
Into it.
breakout. I had chives. Like I felt like I had a allergic response to it. So like
Yeah,
chives and black pepper, I can't do for some reason. Don't know what it was about them, but they're off my list. But like cumin, rosemary, thyme, and
rosemary is one I like. That's really nice,
Mm,
especially if you
the
have.
same.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't had chicken for a long time, but when I like for over a year now. But yeah, roasted chicken with rosemary. That's great.
Good.
good. I love to take
It's good smell
rosemary,
to it too.
Yeah,
thyme, and salt on on a ribeye is like the perfect seasoning for me on a ribeye. It's so good.
yeah,
And then
it's great on steak. It really
yeah,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, I don't mind it at all. And so, I'm kind of tired. I was nervous at first when I was doing carnivore because I didn't know what to do, and I was just trying to find some way out of all this. But after you kind of get your feet set and you realize you're over the addiction stuff and you're really fat adapted and you're listening to your body, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing things one at a time, being very careful and very honest though of what it's doing to you and try to get all the oxalates out. That's why I don't do anything with any fresh vegetables or herbs or anything. I just do pickled jalapenos
Fermented.
and the things that because like the fermented stuff or the dried stuff seem to have no oxalates in them, or hardly any. I don't know what's been your experience on those.
And if you do like black pepper, switch to white pepper. It doesn't have the outer skin that has all the oxalates in it.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I haven't had pepper. I haven't. But like my folks, they have a lot of rosemary growing in the garden. So I just,
Fresh like that.
it's fresh. There's nothing on it, so it's really good too. Um, but apart from anything like that, I think if just try and stay away from anything that's heavily processed, like a lot of spices are, especially as mixes, like you were saying before. The mixes are the worst.
Yeah,
Um,
they fill them up with shit all the time.
yeah,
Just
that's
look at all
right.
the ingredients that are in there. Yeah. Get
Yeah.
a bunch of
Plus,
soy in it and stuff like that. It's no good.
yeah. Plus, the good thing about being on carnivore is that you are now sensitive enough that you can tell when something makes you feel bad. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and what's funny that you say that too. Like, I feel better when I got off everything, obviously, but it was a slowly feeling better. But when I really want to know something, stay off everything for 3 to 6 months, then add them in one at a time. If it's bad, I know it like
You know
that.
it
I
right
mean,
away.
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
talking like eight
Yeah.
minutes in, and you're
Yeah.
like, oh, that was a
If
mistake.
And
that.
it lasts for days.
Yeah, 3 to 5 days for me every time.
Yeah.
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 Yep, and I'm like, okay, well, but that's what I love about when your body's healthy and your mind's healthy and your hormones are healthy. You do that once and it's like that's off my list. Like it's not even a struggle. You're not like trying not to eat it or whatever. You have to talk yourself out of it for your own good. It's like I'm not eating that son of a gun again. That is so not worth it, you know?
And so that's the thing. Like we grew up on junk food, right? And we didn't know how that was making us feel. Just imagine, like growing up on a proper human diet, like a species specific diet, our whole lives. We would always have been sensitive to the way it made us feel. You know,
Exactly.
and we would have naturally just stayed away from those foods because you don't go through the forest looking at picking at things and say try it. Oh shit, that makes me feel bad. Oh, let's try it again.
Yeah.
No, but on the way things are, we just don't even notice it. We just think it's natural to feel like crap all day, and we just keep eating the same junk.
Sure.
And it's crazy.
For sure. Let's see. Yeah. And Jill, with your weight loss style, yeah, I mean, really try to simplify your diet and get it down to 0. Like just do something real simple like BBB and E for 3 to
Could
6
she be stalled from not eating enough?
She surely could be, but the problem what's scary is or what's concerning is that you're just concentrating on the weight and you think that's why you're stalled. Like I've been stalled realistically. If I was looking at the scale, I would have been stalled for 6 months now because the scale really hasn't moved for 6 months. But I lost 2 shirt sizes and I continued to build muscle and feel great and just get stronger. And it was bugging me at first too, but I lost 262 pounds. My body, I think you just have an adjustment time when you lose a bunch of weight. Your body just kind of has to stabilize a little bit. Your composition changes, and I fully suspect that, probably who knows, could be another 3 months or whatever. But as long as I feel good and I'm getting stronger,
And you know what you're eating.
Yeah. Like the biggest thing is I know that the weight for me, sure, I got a couple 100 pounds. I probably still have to lose 150 at least. But the fact of the matter is why I know I've beat this. This is a done deal. I won this battle is because I have 0 food problems anymore. I do not have the food has no control over me whatsoever. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Now, when I eat fat and protein, I feel so good when I'm eating it that I just keep going after that. Like even when we were talking earlier, bacon was my crutch when I first started this because I had the standard American diet hyper palatable food palate, And now because bacon, I like the taste of bacon, but it does not make me feel as good as beef does. So I don't even eat that anymore because the flavor of bacon is not worth sacrificing the feeling of beef, if that makes sense,
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like depend on what. Don't go by scales. Okay, for simple answer, don't weigh yourself because carnivores are going to be heavier than like if I had someone my exact twin right next to me right now, I would be heavier than him if he was say on the standard diet or vegan, even if we were the same size, same body composition.
Right.
Fact is, you have heavier bone tissue because you're on carnivore. You're getting lots of K2, D3, and everything like that. Your bone tissue is going to be stronger. Okay, your connective tissue, your muscle tissue is going to be heavier because it is denser. Okay, so don't worry about weight for a start. The difficult part is like when someone says, "Oh, my weight is stored," like you don't know exactly what they are eating at home either. Like there are some carnivores. I saw I mentioned this to Lindy last week. Is like this guy was saying that like he fasts or he's fasting and he's strict carnivore, and at the same time he's sucking down this giant latte from Starbucks that's full of like enough sugar for half a box of donuts and seed oils, like just full of seed oils. Right, they have like 5 different types of seed oils in these damn things. Okay, all right. Which I did a video on the other day. Actually, you should go check it out because these coffees and these drinks, these lattes, all these things that you get from these coffee shops like Starbucks and many others, they are toxic. Okay, and it's not just the drink itself; the cups that come in are also toxic.
Right.
So you can't say like if you got things like that in your diet and you're having stalls, okay, for example, then that's the reason why. Okay, so you got look at your diet exactly what it is doing exactly. Be honest with yourself. Okay, don't try and make excuses for okay, but I need my coffee BS sort of thing. Be honest with yourself, but again, don't worry about the scale either. Just if you are doing it right, then trust the process. Your body is healing. It needs to heal before you start to lose weight or lose fat, I should say. So give your body time. Okay.
I just
And
posted that video that you just did about the Starbucks.
cheers, mate. Yeah. Go right to the end, because I mean the first part of that is just talking about the sugar. The second half is talking about the seed oils, which are just toxic. Okay. So there's a lot of things going on in your body. Your body knows exactly what it's doing. If you are feeding it the right food, then it will do what you want it to do. You just have to give it time. As simple as that. And of course, there are other things that you can do carnivore wrong, like with processed meats as well. You like salamis and all this sort of other stuff as well. So be honest with yourself. Look at your diet. Don't worry about the scale. Worry about, like Todd said, shirt sizes, pant sizes, that sort of thing.
And how you feel.
Yep. Yeah, and how you feel. Exactly. If you feel good, just keep doing it. Your body will react. You just have to give it time to heal first.
Right. And especially, I don't know if you've lost a bunch of weight, but I had to get my head wrapped around this too, because Ken Berry was like, I was complaining. I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like I kind of stalled out for the last like 5 or 6 months. And he goes, you need to start taking vitamin P. And I'm like, vitamin P. He's like, patience. He said, your body, you just lost 260 pounds of mass in, 8 months. And he said, your body, that was a big shock. And your body needs to like normalize it. Like your body doesn't want to be bleeding body mass that fast, because if it kept going, he goes, you lost a full human. He said 100 years ago, nobody loses 260 pounds in 8 months. So he's like, your body's just trying to get its bearings. He said, some people stall out for a year, throw away the scale, don't worry about it. But what DC is saying is absolutely right. As long as you are being honest with yourself and you know that you're doing it right and you know that you're feeling good, then do not worry about that stupid scale. Throw that thing away and just eat for health,
She says she's dropped 30 pounds in 6 months for her.
Right. But here's what's funny. Awesome. That's it. That's really good. And it could be, you may have lost a higher body percentage than I did at 30 pounds. Because you don't look very big. I was huge, Yeah. So 30 pounds is not insignificant depending on your scale,
Right.
That's a good point, Todd. Yeah, that's a good point, Todd. I mean, it's all relative, like if you're 100, say if you're 150 pounds, okay, and you want to lose 50 pounds, okay, and in the same time, like Todd's over 700 pounds, and he loses 200 pounds. That's not because like he's on a better diet than you are. That's because your composition is completely different. Like it's gonna be a lot more rapid for Todd than it is for you, for example, in that size. So and as you get leaner, it gets slower. All right, it's just the way your body works.
Yep. Because you start getting down to the point where your body wants to be able to survive a famine, a hard winter, right? If we're built to carry a little bit of weight and our body wants that, we've been programmed to believe that body fat percentage equals bad health. And, like too much of it. And it's not true. Body fat is a parallel symptom from a disease, right? So the disease is causing the body fat, but it's not the body fat that's causing the disease or the bad health, right? It's just a parallel symptom. And so we got to stop looking at that. Yes, there's health problems with carrying around that much body fat, and you got to get it off. But at a certain percentage, you're better off. Your body wants to be more like 25% body fat or something than it wants to be 10% body fat. It just does,
And as you get leaner too, you have to think about adjusting things. So, for example, your water consumption. If your water consumption is too high, your body will sort of store water, and it also sort of flushes out electrolytes and things like that as well. So you need to sort of adjust these sort of things as you get leaner. Okay.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Sandra. That's what we're talking about. Those are the things that matter. And yeah, maybe the 2.5 kilograms, did you gain any shirt sizes, or were you just having a composition change,
Right.
Yeah.
All muscle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2.5 kilos. When you're on the carnivore diet, you can put on 2.5 kilos very easily in muscle and bone tissue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would definitely agree because, it's crazy. It's crazy the mobility and the range of motion I got back when I was priming, and I'm sitting here gaining weight, my shirt's going down, but all of a sudden, I can jump, I can run upstairs, I can do all these things, and I'm like, oh, I'm clearly getting muscle mass.
You can just see the muscle on your neck and
Right.
your shoulders. Yeah.
Yep, I was all coming back through, and everything was getting leaner, and I'm like, well, this is great. This is what I was hoping for, But we get in our mind, well, we would rather starve and get all this body weight off because then we're going to be successful. It's like, no, it's not true. What
That's a good tell. Have a look at the circumference of necks. Okay, for body mass, for muscle mass. Okay, on a person. If you ever look at a vegan like Gregor or these all these other insane vegans they're absolute pencil necks. They're like honestly, like their necks like about as thick as your pinky finger.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's really bad health. Like that, people with such skinny necks, they're just not long for this world.
Yeah, look at that big neck. That's how much fat I lost. That's why, even though even though my weight's not moving right now, my face got so much skinnier, and all this got leaner. I lost all that stuff that was suffocating me around my neck. I don't know if you can see those pictures very good, but I mean, look at that neck. I look like Peter Griffin.
That's why you couldn't breathe.
And breathe. That's what causes sleep apnea. Compared to that neck, it's much better.
Yeah.
That was a terrible look because I was trying to get my camera to focus. But yeah, those are the things that I worry about now. I mean, that was when I was at my heaviest, is about 715 to 720 pounds. But it's just all gone. That face was just full of inflammation, just completely gone, So those are all.
I wasn't that big, but you see, my face was like that. On like the photo on my YouTube channel, you can see my face was all puffed up like that. It's what they call moon face because of all the steroids that they had me on while I was going through treatment.
Yeah.
That whole period, it was so bloated. It was weird.
Yeah, it's so crazy, isn't it? It's so weird how much inflammation and fluid your body will hold when it's sick,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And like you said, you can't breathe.
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
Just choking you. I would literally sleep in a recliner, and I would wake up gasping for air at night, sitting up because I couldn't breathe. Every time.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. But
don't let the scale think that it's the only factor that if you're getting healthier or not.
For sure.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. It's all about getting healthier. And your body will get rid of the weight that it doesn't need, as long as you just give it the time to get healthy. That's right.
That's right.
And it's just, well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. But seriously, like, why I'm so encouraged by looking back at this stuff is because I realized all that really matters now is that we beat the food addiction. Like, we have no addictions to the sugar. Its power's gone. And we know now what's right. And so now we can just listen to our bodies. And that's what I want everybody to feel, because look, it's not a miracle where it's going to turn you into this perfect body that you want in 6 months or something. You're not going to get that. I literally had a lady that asked me, she said she has 7 weeks to get to a wedding and she wants to lose weight. What can she do? I was like, throw away the scale, do carnivore, and just be the fact that you're going to be okay with whatever size you are at the wedding. That's all that it's going to be. You can't.
All that matters.
That stress is going to make you hold weight,
I think the thing is, sorry, I was just going to say, the thing is too, the feeling of being independent again, away from medications. It's not just the thing about it's all about your health and being independent, getting away from pharmaceuticals. Like I was on so many. I don't know you guys, but I was on bags of medication. The feeling of being medication free again is absolutely incredible, and that in itself, that is how we win. That's how we win this war that we are in right now. We are in a war against the pharmaceuticals and all these other people. All right, restoring our own health is what they are trying to stop, and
Exactly.
that is how we become independent again. I just want to get as many people off drugs as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Then they want us all dependent, wholeheartedly for sure.
Exactly.
I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, but no, I think it's awesome. And I really love that everybody's kind of seeing it the same way and waking up. And I think, I don't know, everybody I talked to is on the same thing.
Yeah.
That's awesome, Jill.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
big.
Excellent. That is good. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, and if you haven't seen it, check out, in fact, let me pull it up. Georgia Eid.
Oh, yeah. She's great.
Yeah, we did Carrie did a live stream. I got to ask her a question, but it's sorry, I wasn't prepared for this, but that is a great one on depression and why, because that was one of my biggest questions is like, why are we losing so many family and friends to suicide when literally my suicidal like depression ideation went away in 2.5 weeks on Carnivore. Like,
Yeah.
why are we not like it is shameful how many people are succumbing to depression and anxiety over this nonsense when literally all they had to do, instead of
See,
putting on all these antidepressants, all they had to do was
that's the thing. Like we talked about before, like how the medical industry has killed so many people. Think about how many people that the food industry has killed.
so many more. It's
Yeah.
so stupid.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why I'm so mad that they're shutting down Carnivore. What is it? Carnivore snacks? What is it?
Chris?
Not
Yes,
Chris.
Snacks. Carnivore snacks.
Yeah, Carnivore
Mhm.
snacks.
Ohio.
So Ohio's government just went and shut them down because they gave them all the licensing, told them that they could operate. They were selling a ton of carnivore snacks. Now all of a sudden they said, "Well, we changed our mind. We don't like how you make them," because what they're saying basically is they don't put enough preservatives into there to sell the meat.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and
They're
so
too
they're
healthy.
basically they're too healthy, and so you know how stupid that is.
Well, they need to move to Texas.
Yeah, they do need to move to Texas because apparently Iowa, everybody just needs to stop paying taxes in Iowa. I guess
Exactly.
stop funding those
Yeah.
ideologues.
Yeah.
So stupid. But yeah, it's crazy. All right, I tried this once, but I think we're gonna cut it loose. Now it has been 4 hours, 24 minutes, so we're gonna cut it loose.
Third longest show.
Third longest show. We'll see you
Oh,
guys.
let's try for number one then.
If I hadn't stayed up until 6:00 in the morning this morning, I would. I did not get any sleep last night, and I haven't even eaten yet today because I fell asleep, and then
No wonder you're a little cranky.
I am a little cranky. I'm a little bit fiery. I haven't slept yet. But this is a great show and a great conversation. I love these conversations, and we will be back next Sunday. And we love you guys. We appreciate you coming in.
We do.
Stay feisty, stay meaty,
Stay carnivore. Yes.
stay carnivore, and we will see you guys next
Stay
time.
healthy.
Absolutely. Stay healthy.
All right.
All right,
See ya.
everyone.
See ya.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.